Think so?
I'm beginning to think more and more about that, the fact that this may be more about issues than about personalities, because I think they tried the personality attack. I don't think it worked. They're now trying the so-called tax cut, big tax cut idea. And I think what the president's doing on presenting issues about where he wants to take the country, I think we can have a good debate about the visions as to where these two candidates want to take the country. That's what it should be about.
4 pretty good people, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a good debate.
What about Perot? Should he first be in the debate?
Oh, I think he should. I think he should. You know, he's running. He's going to be in the race, and he'll get, you know, he'll get a percentage of the vote.
In fact, if they try to keep him out, it might help him again with Americans feeling, what are you leaving him out for?
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any reason to do that. I think he ought to be part of the debates.
Is it going to be close?
I think you always have to operate on the basis that it's going to be close. I don't think you can take anything for granted in this business. That's the way I operate. I think we've got to assume that the race can get closer and that the president's got to basically keep his focus, keep his momentum, and keep pushing through November.
Is he going to work as hard as he worked at the last time campaigning? I mean, he runs like he's 60 behind.
Are you kidding me? This is a president who doesn't stop, and when it comes to a campaign, I mean, this train trip has reinvigorated him because he's out there with people, he's in a campaign, he's doing rallies. He's going to be about 40 feet off the ground coming into this place.
You better hope he doesn't lose his voice by Thursday night.
That's
Thanks,
right.
Leon, as always.
Nice to be with you, man.
Leon, lifting weights? Jeez. Leon Panetta, the White House Chief of Staff. What another show tonight, bringing it all and covering it for you. Next, Bernie Shaw and Judy Woodruff are up. They'll have our preview of what's going to happen tonight, and then we'll have the edition of Crossfire, and then all the doings. Hillary speaks tonight, and also you'll hear the keynote address. And the keynoter will be with us on the midnight edition of the wrap-up show with Larry King. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned for Bernie Shaw and Judy Woodruff. So long.
Tonight, the power of the states in the crossfire. Governor John Engler versus Governor Howard Dean. Join Sununu and Ferraro tonight, 7:30 Eastern on CNN.
He's called the greatest piano player in country music history, Floyd Cramer. Heartland Music presents Floyd Cramer in his brand new collection of all-time classics. Floyd plays 30 of the greatest country songs ever. Songs that will live forever. Floyd brings his special piano magic to every song. 30 classic hits. From beautiful love songs to best-loved favorites. All played by the great Floyd Cramer. But remember, this all-new Floyd Cramer collection is not in stores. Please stay tuned to order.
Call 1-800-257-1257 to save all COD charges and pay only $16.98 for records or cassettes or $19.98 for 2 CDs plus $3.50 shipping. Use your credit card or send check or money order to New Floyd Cramer, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia. Remember, save COD charges by sending check or money order or use your credit card.
This is CNN. From the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, this is Inside Politics with Judy Woodruff and Bernard Shaw.
Well, the theme is First Families, and on this, the second night of the Democratic Convention.
The Speaker's schedule has changed in recent hours. First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton initially was slated to wrap up the evening. Now we are told, without explanation, that she'll be kicking off the primetime speaking period.
Capping the night will be the keynote address from Indiana Governor Evan Bayh. While liberal voices will be heard, notably Mario Cuomo and Jesse Jackson, it won't be in the primetime hour.
Comprehensive convention coverage follows this financial news update from Jan Hopkins in New York.
Thanks. A late burst of buying on Wall Street sending stocks to their highest levels of the day. The Dow Industrial Average closing back above the 5,700 level, a gain of more than 17 points. Volume, though, once again very slow. Traders no doubt already focused on the long Labor Day weekend. A more impressive gain on the Nasdaq, up almost 10 points. And bond prices recovering from 2 days of losses. The 30-year issue up about a third of a point in price, and the yield 6.96%. Americans are feeling better about the economy and their jobs. Consumer confidence this month rising to a 6-year high. That's according to the Conference Board. The report is widely followed on Wall Street, where it's considered a gauge of consumer spending.
The fact that it's at a high level right now and that the questions that we ask them concern business conditions, employment conditions, and income, and the fact that they are so confident right now is going to make them more likely to open up their wallets and spend than if they were fearful about their jobs and their income 6 months down the road.
Microsoft CEO Bill Gates today addressing his company's latest legal troubles. The Justice Department last week began investigating Microsoft's business practices. That after Netscape charged Microsoft uses monopoly status to lock out competition in new internet markets. In an interview today on CNN-FN, Steve Young asked Gates to comment on Netscape's allegations.
I'm surprised they're being so defensive. The opportunity here on the internet is a pretty incredible one. And the fact that Microsoft's come in a strong way, that's just good news for users.
The Justice Department's investigation into price fixing in the animal feed business resulting in several guilty pleas today. 2 Japanese companies and the U.S. subsidiary of a Korean company pleading guilty to conspiring to fix prices and agreeing to pay $20 million in fines. No charges were filed against Archer Daniels Midland, which had been targeted by regulators. In other corporate news, Boeing says it will add 5,000 jobs as it hikes production of its new 777 jets to 7 a month. And in Baltimore, a federal appeals court overturned a ruling against Lloyd's of London. The move clears the way for a $4.8 billion reorganization. Lloyd's 34,000 investors or names will vote on the plan tomorrow. Britain's largest life insurer, Prudential, today selling its reinsurance unit to Swiss Re for $2.7 billion. The sale of Mercantile and General will allow Prudential to focus on its financial services business. And finally, Tiger Woods has struck gold on the links. The 20-year-old Stanford student saying he will turn pro after an unprecedented 3rd straight win at the U.S. Amateur. An official announcement is expected tomorrow. Sports agents say that Woods will earn millions in endorsements. The New York Times reports that Nike has signed Woods to a $40 million 5-year contract. Nike had no comment. Now back to Chicago.
Thanks very much, Jan. As the Democrats conduct their quadrennial business here in Chicago, the GOP presidential nominee has been taking some downtime in Santa Barbara, California. But amid the R&R, news of a shakeup in the Dole campaign team. We get the very latest from our Candy Crowley on the convention floor.
New name coming into the Dole campaign, at least an old name rather in new slot. The name is Donald Rumsfeld. He'd been a senior policy advisor to Bob Dole. He is going to be promoted to national chairman, according to Dole campaign sources. Now, there are stories that say that Donald Rumsfeld will be replacing Steve Merrill, the governor of New Hampshire, who has been the general chairman, but I'm told that Merrill will stay on. The point is really, though, that Steve Merrill has not been that hands-on of a chairman, and Donald Rumsfeld will. They are fairly close friends as Bob Dole gets with anyone. When Rumsfeld was a congressman from Illinois, he shared offices. He was across the hall from Bob Dole. They got to know each other then. He comes with a pretty heavy curriculum vitae. He has been the former chief of staff under President Ford. He also served as Secretary of Defense, and he has worked as a special Middle East envoy for Ronald Reagan. But more importantly, he is in Dole's comfort zone. alone. What this appears to be is an attempt to bring in some older sort of adult supervision into the Dole campaign as they head into the fall. What it does for sure is put another layer over the campaign manager, Scott Reed. Rumsfeld is between now Reed and Dole, as Merrill was, but again, Merrill was not that heavy-handed, not that involved, at least in all public indications, within the Dole campaign, and Donald Rumsfeld apparently will be as the Dole campaign goes into its final days. Back to Judy.
All right, Candy Crowley, who of course has been following the Dole campaign, but is here with us in Chicago on the floor of the convention. Back now to the Democrats. If the controversy surrounding Hillary Rodham Clinton doesn't draw in viewers for her convention speech tonight, the inclination to compare her performance to that of Elizabeth Dole might. Our Mark Watts is in the hall with a preview. Mark, what do you know at this point about Mrs. Clinton's speech tonight?
Well, Judy, she's had about a dozen appearances the past couple of days, and she has given us almost no hint of what she plans to talk to tonight. In fact, a senior staffer with Mrs. Clinton told me at noontime today she did not even have the speech written. Today she had about half as many appearances as she did yesterday, and one of those stops was here inside the convention hall, familiarizing herself with the podium. The staffer tells me that the speech will be a reflection on the values that Mrs. Clinton has been passionate about for the past 20 years, and if Monday's speeches from the First Lady are any indication, we'll hear a lot of talk about children and the accomplishments of the Clinton White House. Bernie?
Thank you, Mark Watts on the floor. As we heard, Jesse Jackson will address delegates shortly. Among his topics, the divisive issue of welfare reform. Jackson is not the only member of his family making a name for himself in the political arena. CNN's Jonathan Karl has a profile.
There's a political newcomer on the circuit, a fresh face, a rising star. His name is Jesse Jackson. Wait a minute. Jesse Jackson has been a political fixture for nearly 3 decades. He's run for president twice, and this will be the first time since 1984 that he hasn't had a primetime speech at the Democratic Convention. But still, Jesse Jackson is a newcomer. Jesse Jackson Jr. At the tender age of 30, Jesse Jr. accomplished what has always eluded his father, elected office. Last year, he won a special election to Congress by a narrow margin of less than 10,000 votes.
That we are in the middle of a very serious struggle for the direction of our country, and I'd like to think that I'm going to be a major participant in that.
The younger Jackson took CNN on a tour of his district, located just a few miles from the site of the Democratic Convention. It extends from Chicago's south side into some of the area's poorest suburbs.
I'll be bringing them to this district to show them the kind of economic blight that exists, so when they're making arguments on the floor of the Congress, they'll know that there are districts that have these realities in them.
This mall, located in the center of Jackson's district, was immortalized in the Blues Brothers movie. Today it's deserted, a symbol of the economic blight that has rocked the area for 2 decades. Jackson's pushing to rebuild with the help of federal dollars.
If we come back here 5 years from now, 10 years from now, what do you hope we'll see?
250 single-family homes, families living with security, certainly people who are working and paying mortgages, and therefore, if they're paying their mortgages and they're paying taxes, this is how the deficit's going to go down.
Back at the Democratic Convention, the elder Jackson relishes sharing the spotlight with his son.
His fears might say, oh, you can only be congressman, you can't be governor, senator, president. If he continues to dream beyond boundaries, the future's unlimited for him.
What about mayor of the city of Chicago?
Hi, everybody.
Reverend Jackson didn't say mayor, but the political buzz in this town is that the next destination for this Jesse Jackson may be Chicago's City Hall. Jonathan Karl, CNN at the Democratic National Convention, Chicago.
Well, there's an issue that you're not likely to hear much about on at this convention. It is abortion. But we will hear in a moment from a Democrat whose views on that subject have made him a party wallflower. Former Pennsylvania Governor Robert Casey next on Inside Politics.
Inside Politics is brought to you by AT&T, your true choice, and by MasterCard. MasterCard. It's smart money.
One of these has your name on it. And it's working its merry way to your office right now. It's an invitation from their company to your company, offering big savings over AT&T. There's just one thing missing from the envelope. The big savings. Maybe they got lost in the mail. Has a discount long-distance company offered you big savings? Call us for the facts.
374-900-42.
Account code.
963-400.
Fax.
697-36.
Cellular.
889-26801.
Since the last thing you need is one more number to remember, MasterCard is developing the single-digit PIN code. Someday, a computer chip in your card will recognize your unique mark, so your personal identification code is personal. It's how the future will be paid for. MasterCard. It's smart money.
One of the newest developments in nutrition is actually one of the oldest foods known to man, the soybean. For over 4,000 years, the Chinese have used it to make nutritious, protein-rich foods. But in America, the history of the soybean is considerably shorter. In fact, it didn't become a widely used food ingredient here until the 50s. One thing's for sure, though, it's come a long way since then. Over the years, one company has led the way in unlocking the versatility of the soybean. A company that each day continues to develop new ways to use this abundant, functional source of protein. The Archer Daniels Midland Company. That's using the old bean.
For 7 consecutive Sundays, CNN Presents examines the state of America. An unprecedented look at its people and the issues that touch their lives every day. From the harsh realities of downsizing to a growing distrust of its institutions and an in-depth examination of the men who want to lead America to the brink of a new century. Democracy in America 96, beginning September 15th on CNN.
We will come from every single corner of America. People of every color, every accent, old, young, rich, poor, Republican, Democrat, Protestant, Catholic, Jew, all bound by a deep and private cause to protect our most fundamental freedom, the freedom of women to choose.
National Abortion Rights Action League President Kate Michelman had her 3 minutes of podium time today to underscore the Democrats' platform supporting abortion rights. Is the other side being heard? Well, joining us now, former Pennsylvania Governor Robert Casey. He was squelched at the Democrats' 1992 convention for 2 reasons, because he wanted to talk about his anti-abortion views, and the Democrats said that year, Governor Casey, because you had not endorsed Bill Clinton for president.
Well, Judy, you know, Kathleen Brown spoke in New York, Jerry Brown's sister. She had not endorsed the president either, and she was permitted to speak, so that really doesn't hold water.
Will the pro-life view be heard at this convention?
Well, Tony Hall spoke today, and I listened, just heard his remarks. I respect Tony Hall. He's a real good congressman, and I like to think that some of the questions I've raised helped to bring that about. It's a positive thing, but really, they had to be dragged kicking and screaming to that point. And I think the real story here is that there are Democrats in states like Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Illinois, the bellwether states that are going to decide this election. They've got to do more than just pay lip service to life.
Yeah, I want to ask you about those states, but what do you mean they had to be dragged kicking and screaming to have someone like Congressman Hall speak?
That looked to me like an audible at the line of scrimmage concocted maybe over the last 48 hours. They've taken a terrible beating, the Democrats, since 1992. Every Republican national political figure has in his talking points the fact that they did the wrong thing and not permitting me to speak. This is a reaction to that. It's a positive thing, but they've got to do a lot more than just pay lip service.
Should they have asked you to speak this year? You're not an office holder at this point anymore. Should you have been asked to speak?
Well, Mario Cuomo is going to be up there tonight, I think. I won my election by 68% of the vote the last time. And I think that, you know, that my message is understood and heard and responded to, and hopefully there's a room for people like me in this party. I've been a Democrat for 30 years, and I think that the people of Pennsylvania understand my message, and I think the people around the country will too.
You ticked off some states a moment ago where you believe abortion could make the difference, states where the vote will be closed. How important an issue do you think abortion will be in this election?
I think the answer to that, Judy, is in the fact that Tony Hall and others, Bart Stupak from Michigan, Ron Klink from Pennsylvania, our delegation in the Congress from Pennsylvania, Democrats, are pro-life. They went to the National Committee. That's where the tolerance language came from. Why are they doing that? Because the people they represent, Democrats in those bellwether states, from the bellwether key constituency in play, Reagan Democrats, culturally conservative Democrats, call them what you will. All the pundits agree they're the target audience here. And if they move 2 or 3 points in these states and it narrows again, NBC yesterday said it's a 5-point race among likely voters, that could be a crucial issue. And I think that Bill Clinton neglects those people at his peril.
Well, clearly, whether the people who are running this campaign agree with that from a substantive standpoint, from a political standpoint, are they listening when those arguments are made to them?
I have my doubts. I know I saw Kate Michelman on the television a few minutes ago. Her position is abortion on demand. 9% of the people in America support abortion on demand. Most women don't support abortion on demand. The most avid pro-choice supporters in America are, guess who? Males between the age of 18 and 35. Because they benefit from it.
Let me get back to your principal point a minute ago. Do you think that taking the position the party is on abortion, not giving sufficient airing to the pro-life view, could cost the president re-election? Is that what you're saying?
In a tight race in the key states, if those voters, the Reagan Democrats, the culturally conservative, if they move 2 points in Ohio and 3 in Michigan and 2 in Illinois, the answer is yes. It depends on the kind of race. When it's a 24-point race, the answer is no. But when it's a 2-point race, as it was a week ago, the answer is maybe. The point is, Democrats cannot ignore this fundamental constituency. They've already lost millions of these people. They can't lose any more.
All right, former Pennsylvania Governor Robert Casey, we thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Judy.
Thank you. Well, just ahead on Inside Politics, education issues and the 96 campaign. It's more than rhetoric about the 3 R's. We'll hear from the incoming president of the NEA and a former U.S. Secretary of Education.
One of these has your name on it. And it's working its merry way to your office right now. It's an invitation from their company to your company, offering big savings over AT&T. There's just one thing missing from the envelope. The big savings. Maybe they got lost in the mail. Has a discount long-distance company offered you big savings? Call us for the facts.
Bye-bye. Hey. Off you go. Oh, no.
The tamper-resistant signature panel, pioneered by MasterCard. It makes a stolen card practically worthless. MasterCard. It's smart money.
President Clinton today echoed some of the family themes his wife and other convention speakers are touching on tonight. Our Claire Shipman is in Pontiac, Michigan, keeping track of Clinton's whistle-stop tour toward Chicago. Claire?
Indeed, I am, Bernie. I think you can see the president over my shoulder. We just arrived in Pontiac, Michigan. It's his 4th stop today, 3rd day of this train tour. We may be growing a little bit weary, but the president, who's a campaigner at heart, seems to just be getting started. The 21st Century Express chugged from Ohio to Michigan Tuesday. The presidential train will spend a day and a half crossing this critical campaign state. Mr. Clinton leads in the polls here, but Bob Dole's making Michigan a priority. A late afternoon stop in Royal Oak was pinpointed for an announcement that the Clinton team wants to brag about, that the 2nd largest police union, the National Association of Police Organizations, is endorsing the president. Mr. Clinton used the train-side rally to hit on a smattering of familiar campaign themes.
I say to you, I want you to have a tax cut, but I want you to have one that we can pay for, balance the budget, and invest in education and the environment and Medicare and Medicaid.
But the official buzzword from the Clinton re-elect effort Tuesday, literacy. Earlier in Wyandotte, Michigan, Mr. Clinton, with the help of some hand-picked youngsters, announced the latest in a series of campaign initiatives.
And the little blue engine smiled and seemed to say as she puffed steadily down the mountain, I thought I could, I thought I could.
We know, look at what we know. We know that students who can't read as well as they should by the third grade are much less likely even to graduate from high school.
He's proposing a literacy corps, a 30,000-strong force of specialists and volunteer coordinators to provide reading help after school for communities with the greatest need. The cost, $2.5 billion. AIDS also released a balance sheet Tuesday explaining how this stream of election year proposals will be paid for. Mr. Clinton's staff says it was able to come up with $8 billion after intense fiddling with corporate subsidies, auctioning another portion of the wireless spectrum, and closing Medicare and Medicaid fraud loopholes. And of course, all of these proposals from the road are designed to dovetail with goings-on at the convention. Today's theme is literacy. Of course, Mrs. Clinton is supposed to speak tonight. She'll be talking a good bit about children. Now, this larger New Ideas strategy has been underway for several months now. It's really the brainchild of Clinton strategist Dick Morris. Aides seem to think it's been working well so far, so another couple of dozen proposals certainly can hurt. Bernie?
Thank you very much. Clara Shipman riding the rails. Joining us now to discuss the education issues that may have an impact on this election year, former Education Secretary and 1996 Republican presidential candidate Lamar Alexander. He's in Nashville. And here in Chicago, the president-elect of the National Education Association, Robert Chase. This man's resume includes 25 years of public school teaching. First to you, Mr. Chase. The announcement of a $2.5 billion literacy program to encourage youngsters, enable them to read. Is this a serious step forward or a campaign gimmick?
No, I think it's a serious step forward. We all know the very basic importance of reading to any future success as it relates to public education, so I think the proposal will probably have a great deal of merit, and we look forward to an opportunity to really look at it and understand exactly what it means.
Lamar Alexander.
Well, of course, it's the right objective. Reading's very important, and kids who can't do it by the third grade are in trouble. But this is a classic difference between Mr. Clinton's approach and Senator Dole's approach. Senator Dole wants to give the money in opportunity scholarships to the parents. He's proposed the same amount of money, $2.5 billion, and let them choose among the schools the ones they think will help their children learn to read the best.
In San Diego, Mr. Chase, candidate Robert Dole attacked teachers' unions. In your judgment, which of the two candidates for president is best for teachers and best for groups such as yours?
Well, we think the president's record over the last 3.5 years now clearly show that he is, in fact, the education president and has been very, very instrumental in improving educational opportunity for all young people in this country. The NEA has gone on record at its convention this year with 91% of the delegates in attendance in support of the candidacy of President Clinton.
Mr. Alexander, how do you react to that?
Well, just so all the teachers watching know, 98% of all the money their union dues gave that was given to candidates by their union went to the Democrats, about 2 or 3% to the Republicans over the last couple of years. Mr. Dole is better for teachers because he supports independent schools in which teachers can plan the curriculum. He's better for parents and children because he wants to make sure that nobody's child is forced to go to a bad school by creating opportunity scholarships so that poor kids and middle-income kids can have more of the same choices of all the schools that the president's child has, and that my child has, and that the vice president's child has.
Bernie, I'd like to react to a couple of things there. First of all, 98% of the money is not dues money. Any money that is spent on candidates comes from voluntary contributions to our political action committee, not from our dues structure. That's point number one. And as it relates to opportunity scholarships are vouchers. Vouchers are vouchers are vouchers, no matter what they may be called. And I would also like to indicate that the American public, once again, in a poll released today, on a 2-to-1 margin, a poll released by Phi Delta Kappa and the Gallup poll, indicated very clearly that the public does not favor vouchers, public monies being spent in private schools. Again, it was 2-to-1. We did a poll of the Republican voters, which we released during the Republican convention, and Republican voters, of those polled, 53% of whom are self-identified as conservative, clearly show that they too are not in favor of public monies going to private schools.
Lamar Alexander, it seems the battle lines are quite drawn, and it seems apparent from what we know about polling data and what Mr. Chase just said, that Bob Dole is not going to get the teachers' vote. You agree with that?
I don't agree with that. About a third of the teachers are Republicans, and about half voted for President Reagan. And sometimes it helps, as teachers know, not to do just what the polls say, but the right thing. The right thing would be able to take the Milwaukee experiment, which is helping poor African-American kids and poor Hispanic kids go to safe, disciplined schools of their choice and learn a lot more in reading and math than their counterparts in other schools. Let's try that in Washington, D.C. Let's try it all across this country. And if it helps children, as the Democrats talk about children this week, then why is the teachers' union standing in the way?
I don't agree that we're standing in the way. As a matter of fact, Governor Alexander, when he spoke to the board of directors of the National Education Association in 1991, praised us for our innovative programs, including one in Memphis, Tennessee, that he thought was a good program, our Learning Laboratory program there.
You have done some good things, Bob, but I would like to
do that. We continue to do that, Governor Alexander. As a matter of fact, in the last 11 years, we have spent in excess of $70 million of dues money, not for political type things, but to improve the schools in this country through innovative programs in state after state and local after local. And
but I spent a year and a half, if I may say so.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to step in between you because our time has run out. I'm very sorry, but we'll have to pick up this debate again. Thanks very much for joining us on Inside Politics. You're quite welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Very interesting
discussion. They were really going at it, yes.
Yes. That's it for now. I'm Judy Woodruff.
And I'm Bernard Shaw. Please stay with CNN throughout this evening for complete coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Crossfire is next.
Plymouth Neon Coupe with a zippy 2-liter 16-valve engine. Ride-tuned suspension, a 5-speed tranny, and 132 wild ponies. It's a pretty hot little number. Plymouth Neon Coupe, just $93.90.
To Brian Watson of Houston, Texas. We're glad you like the convenience of placing stock trades online with us, taking advantage of our low discount commissions, and watching our automatic updates of your holdings with the latest closing prices. But your friends might appreciate it if you turned on something other than your computer for a change. PC Financial Network. You'll get attached to it. Available on America Online, Prodigy, or call 1-800-237-PCFN.
Why is America going to work with us?
Olston Staffing Services always has exactly the person I need. Their office temporaries are trained on the latest software. Their data entry people step right in a crunch. Their paralegals, engineers, and accountants are thoroughly professional. And they have over 700 offices worldwide. Olston finds good people wherever they are.
Call today. Olston Staffing Services. America is going to work with us.
Tonight from Chicago, First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton and Mario Cuomo, part of CNN's coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Tonight.
When you're smiling,
he was like an old friend.
When
one of the best loved entertainers ever, Dean Martin. Heartland Music presents the best of Dean Martin.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
22 classics.
Return to me.
All Dean's great songs.
You're nobody till some.
But it's not in stores. Please order now.
Sweet, sweet memories made of this.
Who
Call 1-800-257-1257. To save COD charges, use your credit card or send check or money order for $14.98 for cassettes or $17.98 for CD, plus $3.50 shipping to Dean Martin, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia.
This is CNN.
Live from Chicago, site of the Democratic National Convention, Crossfire.
Good evening and welcome to Crossfire. I'm Geraldine Ferraro. Day 2 of the Democratic National Convention is underway, but most of the news is being made far from the United Center floor. Traveling toward Chicago by train today, President Clinton proposed spending $2.5 billion to promote literacy. The Dole campaign immediately denounced the idea as yet another wasteful government program and a giveaway to the teachers' unions. Last night here in Chicago, the stars of the show weren't the politicians. They were actor Christopher Reeve, who called on President Clinton to spend more on spinal cord injury research, and Jim and Sarah Brady, who called for tougher laws on guns.
In 1991, both houses of Congress passed the Brady Bill. Oh, Jim and I were elated. But the gun lobby and the threat of a presidential veto again killed the Brady Bill. We quickly learned the value of having a president who is really committed to putting an end to gun violence.
The theme tonight is families. The speakers list includes Jesse Jackson, Mario Cuomo, keynote speaker Governor Evan Bayh of Indiana, and First Lady Hillary Clinton. So, will the Democratic Unity Show continue here in Chicago? Joining us tonight in the booth, 2 of the most influential governors in America, Democrat Howard Dean of Vermont and John Engler of Michigan. Sitting across from me is another influential governor, John Sununu of New Hampshire. John?
Howard, it's good to have you here. Let's talk. We're happy to have you.
We'll find out if it's nice to be back in a minute, won't we?
One of the issues in education is whether or not the system ought to be changed or just ought to have money thrown at it. What the president is doing is throwing money at the same system that has failed. How is that going to make a difference in Vermont?
Well, I think actually 2 things need to be done. The first thing that needs to be done is we need to have a choice of public school institutions. The Constitution says we cannot and should not go all the way to choice with religious schools, but we do need choice inside the public school system, I think. I don't think what the president's doing is throwing money at education. I think what he's doing is providing exactly what ought to be done, which I wish, in fact, had been done when Dole promised his $100 zillion tax cut. And that is, what Clinton is doing is targeting a relatively small amount of money, $2.5 billion, at a very specific problem, which is literacy. We could use that money in Vermont. For example, we have reading recovery programs, which are essential. You do it early on, before the 3rd grade, get kids caught up and they don't get into the 8th grade and not be able to read.
But, Governor, all this week on Crossfire, we're taking questions from our website, from the viewers on the internet. And if they want to ask a question, by the way, just log into our All Politics website, click to the Crossfire page, and enter your question. And I have a question here that's a follow-up. It basically says, almost the same question I gave you, but if the president wants to do something about education and literacy, why fund the same teachers' union-controlled structure rather than reform the union control and give parents a choice, not just within public schools, but the same choice that President Clinton and Al Gore have, sending their kids to non-teacher controlled schools?
I don't think it's right to beat up on every teacher in America simply for the reasons that we happen to have a political campaign. My kids go to public school. 95% of the teachers in the public schools in our state, and I dare say this is true of most states, are great people who are glad to go to work every day and love what they're doing. So I think we ought to get this business of beating up on the NRA or the teachers union, all these people out of here.
Why won't their union structure allow competition? Why won't they allow parents to choose to send their kids where it's working or where it's not working? If the public schools work, the parents will send them to the public school.
I'll tell you why. And I am not against some kind of reasonable choice, but let me tell you why. The public school system is the bedrock of our democracy. It is the only place in our entire lives as Americans that we all go to school together with everybody else, whether they're rich or poor, black or white, Jews or Catholics.
It should work then.
Well, it needs to work, and there's some things we need to do. But if you undermine the public school system, you have undermined the country, because this is the only diverse country in the world that works.
Didn't it undermine itself?
Let me, if I could just pick up a little bit about that, because in his acceptance speech at the Republican convention, Senator Dole did some union bashing with the teachers, did some teacher bashing in his acceptance speech.
Bashing.
Yes, teacher bashing. I mean, if you're talking about teachers union, you're talking about teachers.
No, I disagree with that.
If you go the next step, I mean, the rumor is that what he's going to be doing is bashing unions the entire campaign up until Election Day. I mean, is he that angry over the fact that unions are getting in there and educating the people who are their members about what this election is about, and getting them out to vote for Bill Clinton?
I think there is an issue about union bosses and union leaders. This convention is filled up with union people who are here basically on their members' money. Bosses who are here spending their hardworking members' money to come here. The reality is 40% of the vote, and in the case of Michigan, last time out, my governor's race, more than half the union vote voted for the Republican. None of their money came that way, and that's true all over America. So it's a little bit time for union democracy, where union members, Republican teachers, Republican auto workers, have an opportunity to be heard in their unions. They're the least democratic institutions we have in the country today, and I think that would help. Now, I believe on the education issues that the Dole comments were appropriately aimed at union leaders, the NEA, AFL-CIO, where they simply control the decision making. They don't have teacher democracy. I'd let the teachers run the schools.
Let me just ask you something, Governor. I mean, what the president is talking about doing is putting money into a literacy program that can help kids up to the age of 3rd grade. They're not making it, give them tutors. What's wrong with that? Can't Senator Dole speak to the substance of the proposal rather than attacking teachers and saying you got to deal with the unions? I mean, and you're doing the same thing here today.
No,
what about the substance of the proposal? What's wrong with the substance of giving assistance to these kids who haven't had Head Start or who need that additional help by 3rd grade so that they can get on and get into the whole process and learn?
A tremendous number of the kids have had Head Start. I mean, maybe others have not, but we spend over $11 billion in the state of Michigan. As a nation, over $300 billion on K through 12 public education.
But a lot of kids don't get it who are entitled.
So would something less than 1% increase in the education budget targeted at literacy make a difference? Perhaps if we supported some of the community literacy groups, worked through the libraries, made it a competitive process, and maybe that's what the president's actually proposing. It's just more money. I think one of the issues that we have is the train rolls across America's heartland. Every stop means more promises and more spending, all of which are designed, I think, to make it impossible to cut taxes.
Let me give you a chance to get in here with a question. That, in fact, is what is wrong with all of Clinton's proposals. They're all for show. They don't deal with the fundamental problem. This is throwing money at the very system he says has failed. How do you just throw money into the system, get a headline, and make it work?
Bill Clinton, in 2 days of his train ride, and they're going to be another one, or at least another day and a half, has proposed, let's just say for the sake of argument, because I don't know what his first proposal would have cost, but let's just suppose it's $5 billion. Let's suppose it's $10 billion. Bob Dole promised a tax cut of $586 billion, none or almost none of which was paid for. Now, I ask you, who is the person who's making the most outrageous campaign promises in this campaign?
I'll tell you who the person
is it Bill Clinton, who's promising 1% increase in education, or is it Bob Dole, who's promised this ridiculous tax cut that nobody in America believes adds up to anything more than an election year promise which he can't possibly pass?
It's Bill Clinton, who was so quick with the lip and so little with understanding what's going on that he proposed a ban on bullets that are no longer made. What an embarrassment that is. All he's looking for is the headline. Why doesn't he talk about stuff that works rather than issues that just
that goes back to what Jerry Ferraro was talking about. Why beat up the union leadership? This place isn't full of union bosses. This place is full of hardworking Americans that happen to belong to unions, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Don't you think that gaffe of going after something that is no longer in place is representative of how quick they are with the lip and how shallow
it is no worse than Bob Dole claiming tobacco is no worse for you than milk. Now, which is the more embarrassing?
Let me just pick up a little bit on the tax
whether or not this president will talk about things that can make a difference or things that can catch a headline.
He already has. On the most important issue of all, he has cut the deficit by 60%, and no Republican who's alive today can say they've done that.
Let me just pick up a little bit on that tax cut, because John always talks about this as being, you know, really honest, substantive stuff. If you take a look at the polls today, 70% of the people don't believe that this tax cut is going to work.
Well, that's the difference between Bob Dole and Bill Clinton. Bob Dole's not going to govern by polls. He doesn't need a poll to get up in the morning.
It's whether or not people believe you. It's affecting how people will vote in the end of the election.
I disagree with that. Leadership is about staking out the ground. I did that. Christy Whitman did it in New Jersey. Other governors have done it, where we said, look, in order to have a stronger state that's going to create more jobs, that will be better for families, we've got to shrink the government, reduce the size of government by cutting taxes, put more in families' pockets. That's what Bob Dole is talking about, and that makes that family stronger. If they get a little better return on their hard work, maybe mom or dad is home an hour earlier at night to help young Johnny with the reading, that eliminates the need for a special tutor to have government step
Governor,
in.
you're assuming that every single person who's working very hard can come home and has the skills to help
They can't
Johnny
with
do their
today's
reading.
confiscatory tax burdens, you're right.
No, what it is some of them just don't have the education themselves. But let me just point something else out with this tax cut. With the tax cut, the people who are going to benefit by it are mostly the wealthy. The people who are the middle class and lower working middle
family earning
class
$30,000 a year, family of 4, 2 kids, 71% reduction in tax,
Why are we even talking about a tax cut that is never going to happen? A $500 billion tax cut.
Bill Clinton didn't keep his promise about a middle-class tax cut, but Bob Dole's reputation, his integrity as a man who keeps his word.
People care more about balancing the deficit and getting rid of the budget problems than they do about cutting taxes.
John Engler believes that, and Republicans.
It is hogwash.
Governors will be right back. You're getting like senators and filibustering. When we do come back, we'll talk a little bit about why the Democrats seem to hide all their political leadership from the first night on the show.
All right.
Crossfire is brought to you by Merrill Lynch. For our clients, the difference is planning. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
In Asia, in Europe, the Americas, and throughout the world, the same set of principles guides all our actions. And while we have as clients more countries, companies, and individuals, we don't judge ourselves by this fact alone, but how we live up to our principles. We think that makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
With LCI Extend Your Reach, you'll get an international service that's simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
semplice, onesti e non tanto cari.
간편하고 공정하고 싸요.
You can call virtually any country from your home for the same flat rate, 24 hours a day, and we do not round up to the nearest minute. LCI International translates in any language.
簡單又公平，唔貴。
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
You know that being on the internet is critical to your business, but you
don't know who to turn to for advanced internet solutions. After all, you
need the most reliable, highest capacity service while you
have to keep your business information secure, so
you look for a company with solid internet experience that you
know is totally focused on your business needs, and
you find one company that can really make the internet work for you.
UUNet, the internet at work.
It's always been my way or no way, right? So when I go away, I stay at Super 8. I want it comfortable. Am I right? I want my VIP discount and friendly people. But not too friendly. Life's great at Super 8.
What did they know, and when did they know it? They read it in National Journal, Government Executive, Congress Daily, or Hotline. Monthly, weekly, daily. The publications of National Journal, the inside source for Washington insiders.
Welcome back to Crossfire. We're talking presidential politics again tonight with two of the country's top governors, Howard Dean, the Democrat of Vermont, and John Engler, Republican of Michigan, whose name was on Bob Dole's short list to be his running mate. And speaking of running mates, back to 84, Jerry.
Thank you, John. I'm enjoying it much better from up here this year, I gotta tell you.
And you're doing better too, Jerry.
Thank you, John. And we're playing more this year.
He plays hardball every
Don't worry about it. Today, Tony Hall, Governor, had an opportunity to address this convention, and one of the things he did was he got up and he said, I'm a pro-life Democrat, and I am like 40 other members of Congress who are pro-life. And he said, up until this year, he said, up until last year or two, he said, I have not felt comfortable coming before my my convention this year, I'm comfortable because the platform is inclusive. It has a specific part that deals with tolerance. Tell me about how you feel your platform did not have any sort of a mention of tolerance on the issue of abortion. You did not even move to endorse what Senator Dole had wanted in the platform. Do you think you made a mistake again, actually caving to the right?
I don't think so, because, Jerry, again, we look at who spoke to the Republican convention, and we had speakers who span the, I think, cross-section of opinions.
Who couldn't mention abortion. Susan Molinari was not allowed to mention it.
Susan Molinari didn't need to mention it. Her position is well known.
Whitman was not allowed to mention it.
A co-chair of our convention. I mean, I think that when Bob Casey is standing in front of the Democratic convention, we can hear about tolerance from this convention. Well, I think that the Republican platform, a grassroots document, actually written by people, this platform that's here, written apparently in one day by the White House and Dick Morris.
No. They had hearings on this, Governor. I remember I was platform chair in 1984. We had hearings all over the country, and they've done the hearings again too.
This year,
they have done the platform this year. But in addition to that, our president has read the platform, whereas Senator Dole says he doesn't know what's in your platform. Doesn't that bother you a little bit, since they say 70%
no, it doesn't bother me, and I think that when it gets into issues like abortion, that Bill Clinton's decision to veto the partial term abortion bill, for example, is the most extreme position. This is a convention also that had earlier today Kate Michelman speaking, the head of NARAL. So I think that's closer to Bill Clinton's position than Tony Hall for sure, and that Tony Hall isn't Bob Casey on this question. So I'm not concerned.
Well, I wasn't going to get into this, but as a medical doctor, I think President Clinton did exactly the right thing. That procedure is used 300 times a year, and it's used to save the life of a woman. And I think women and doctors ought to have those choices, not the government. I'm shocked that the Republican Party insists on telling people that the government is going to control whether they have the right to bear a child or not, and not leave those decisions up to doctors and individual women. I'm sorry we got into this argument, but I really do think that this is an important issue.
Again, I think Senator Moynihan, who's intending on overriding the president's veto, I think 2/3 of the Senate may well join him in doing that, said it very clearly that he was voting to override because he felt it was infanticide.
I think people are entitled to their deeply held personal beliefs, but my deeply held personal belief as a physician is that those decisions ought not to be made by the government.
Well, Howard Dean, let me ask you a little bit about what seemed awfully strange to me last night. The fact that this party, the Democratic Party, had literally none of its leaders on prime time last night. And today, on the way in today, one of my cab drivers said that he watched last night and he wasn't very impressed watching a rich actor who hurt himself falling off a horse. And it was a nice speech. It was a very good speech. But what has that got to do with being the right place to talk public issues by Democrats in terms of what they're going to accomplish?
I actually think that, first of all, I will concede the Republicans had a very successful convention, and we are simply trying to match you. You kept Newt Gingrich away from that stage as much as you possibly could.
And you got him on there as much as you possibly
can. And we're putting him in our stage because we think he's going to help us a lot.
In fact, I hear he's speaking tonight, isn't he?
Well, I tried to get him to substitute for me on this program, but he said no. This convention's one night old. This is the second night. We're going to have a lot of the leaders up there. I thought Dick Gephardt and Tom Daschle gave great speeches last night. I think the president's going to give a great speech. I think Hillary is going to give a great speech. She's extremely articulate and bright, controversial. There'll be people who don't like her, people who do, but this convention will represent who we are as a party. And I might add, I didn't think that the Republican convention represented who you were as a party, because I have to say that although John said absolutely accurately that there were a lot of pro-choice speakers at the Republican convention, that is not where your party has been, nor has it been in favor of spending money on social programs, nor has it been in favor of balancing the budget, since you insisted on a $287 billion tax cut.
It's the party that tried to put a balanced budget amendment forward and got stopped by Democrats procedurally. You know that. And you were upset at that.
The Democrats have become the party of fiscal responsibility. The reason Bill Clinton has been able to lower the deficit 4 years in a row is because he vetoed your budget.
Because he raised taxes, the largest amount in history in the first 2 years, and then he had a Republican Congress. Then he had a Republican Congress saving him in years 3 and 4.
As John knows well, raised taxes more than anybody else.
An interesting statistic is that This year's budget is $85 billion less than it was estimated to be 1 year ago, which is over $1 trillion savings over 7 years, and that's the work done by the Congress, not by the administration.
Well, it's also because inflation rates have been down and interest rates are down. That has gone toward what they have to do to service the debt.
That reduced spending, that created the benefits
But John, if had it not been for the president, they would have given away all those cuts to people who make $100,000 a year or more. That is absolutely true.
Well, that's what they want to wait until after they're admitted, get into the administration.
But there will be a 15% across the board cut when Bob Dole and Jack Kemp take office.
Let's talk about another issue. Let's talk about an issue that did not get passed when this president
Would you mind if I got into this whole conversation?
Go right ahead.
I just wanted to speak to you a little bit about the fact that tonight Hillary Clinton is going to be speaking, Tipper Gore is going to be speaking. There is still a very huge gender gap, in addition to the regular 15-point gap that we're now seeing in the polls already with the Dole-Clinton campaign. Tell us, what is the Republican Party going to do to reach out to women, which you really have to do if you want to make any sort of a dent in any of these polls?
I think what we should do is run very hard on an economic set of issues. I think we ought to talk about the fact that
doing it doesn't work.
Well, I think it will work. If we've got 10 weeks to go here.
I mean, I'm not upset about that. Don't get me wrong.
Well, all right, then just lay back. And I think that as you watch this campaign go forward, I would say give us some time to keep talking about what a tax cut means for families, how much letting families keep more of what they earn will change the economic conditions that are really standing in the way of strong families. And I don't think that when we talk to women in Michigan or women across America that they believe that the answers to their problems, to their families' challenges are to be found in Washington. That's the place where there's knowledge and compassion, exclusive of all the states.
You know, Governor, the women by and large do believe that government has a role to play in their lives.
So do Republicans believe that, but they don't believe, they believe it's a limited role.
Howard Dean, I want to get to the flip side on the education issue. The president is paying for that $2.5 billion plan by killing incentives for exports, killing American jobs. Is he going to carry the burden of that?
Well, maybe depends on incentives for exports of what. For example, one of the incentives for exports is an incentive to export tobacco, which I hardly think we need to export all over the rest of the world.
No, but we export airplanes, we export manufactured goods, we export grain, and he's killing the incentives for those exports.
There have been more jobs created under this president than in both previous administrations. 10 million new jobs and the lowest deficit since Ronald Reagan took office. Tell me this president doesn't have a strong economic record.
So you are dodging the question about him killing the export incentives that will kill jobs.
Let's find out what those export incentives are. I've already said the one that helps export tobacco is a great incentive to get rid of. Why not do it? In fact, while we're at it, why is it that your party in the Congress makes sure that we pay people to grow
Michigan will be impacted, John.
We'll let you get one last comment.
I think that the economic recovery is the slowest in the last 50 years. American people don't believe we're on the right track, and they know that we can do better. I think that, again, they believe if government's smaller and their income's larger,
we're going to let you have that as the last word. Governor John Engler of Michigan, thank you so much, Governor, for being with us, and Governor Howard Dean. I've totally enjoyed it. Vermont, thank you for being with us, both of you, and John and I will be right back.
This is our heritage, and this is our true glory. We are a people, I tell you, that is just beginning its high adventure on this continent. Animated by the destiny of greatness, can think and can act and can do greatly.
They've called this the American century, and there's much to be proud of.
This nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed. That the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans.
The great challenge at the end of this century is the same as it was at the beginning: to work together and make this a better world for our children.
Since we have come so far, who shall be rash enough to set limits on our future progress? Who shall say that since we have gone so far, we can go no farther?
Today, our country enters the 21st century with the privatization.
Around the world today, industries once owned by governments are increasingly owned by investors.
That privatization leads to...
And by advising governments in privatizations, Merrill Lynch is helping lead the way.
a better life for our people.
Further evidence that for all our clients, the quality of our advice makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
This Sunday night on National Geographic Explorer, life's a beach. Journey into the remarkable underwater world of the bizarre. It's lifestyles of the wet and muddy. National Geographic Explorer, this Sunday at 7 Eastern, only on TBS Destination Sunday.
To access CNN Interactive on the World Wide Web, call 1-800-WORLDNET, extension CNN, for free internet software. Crossfire goes on the road again. If you want to be part of the live audience at the George Washington University in Washington, D.C., call us for free tickets at 202-842-9824. That's 202-842-9824.
Here as the chairman of LCI International to ask you to vote, but to vote for LCI International as your long-distance telephone company. This is a year you'll hear all kinds of promises. At LCI, we promise and we will deliver something that is simple, fair, and inexpensive. You have the freedom to get away from the hidden charges, monthly fees, confusion of AT&T and MCI and Sprint. You have the freedom to choose a very different long-distance phone company.
There's a special place where you can dress your family for less. Every season you will always know that you can look your best. Sensible fashion, it's the way we dress. The neighborhood agrees. So the neighbors come to Walmart because we dress the family.
If I could change the world, what would I change?
I would take away the poisons.
Protect the children. Give them a future.
I would say pay people enough to support a family.
Unite!
Hundreds of thousands of people are coming together to make change work for us, for our families, our children, our lives.
Unite! Because the world is changing. But together, we can make it change for us. Unite! Together, we are the face of change.
Tonight, from Chicago, Illinois, speeches by First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton and former New York Governor Mario Cuomo, part of CNN's extensive live coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Tonight.
You know, John, I have to tell you, I'm beginning to feel very, very comfortable dealing with all these issues. I think your tax cut is gone. People don't believe it. The polls are beginning to move already. There's now 15 points difference. Your bump from the convention has been debunked. And Clinton isn't even here yet. By
You're back
Thursday,
in the President Dukakis mode. You're back in your President Dukakis mode. You guys are gloating about a deficit reduction that was primarily the result of defense cuts and the fact that the RTC outflow in the Bush years got reversed to income in the Clinton years. And the second thing is remember, America, this is the 5th or 6th year of a recovery, not the 3rd year. This recovery started in the Bush administration. And the fact is, the American public understands it. And they know that it is time to reverse the tax increase that Clinton gave them.
Will you stop? You hear the same thing. It's like a broken record. You've got to take a look at the polls. And what's happening is the American public's turning around saying, you guys have snookered us long enough. You snookered us in 1981 when Reagan was president.
Snookered?
And you're not going to snooker us again in 1996.
Only snookering was the candidate that promised the middle-class tax cut that gave a middle-class tax increase in 1993. And they're going to remember that this man says one thing in a campaign
from the
and
left,
does another
I'm Geraldine Ferrara. Thanks for being with us.
And from the right, I'm John Sununu. Join us again tomorrow night from Chicago with another edition of Crossfire.
Closed captioning was provided by Bell Atlantic, the heart of communication.
Tonight from Chicago, I'll have the last word with the Reverend Jesse Jackson at the Democratic National Convention, midnight tonight.
Be my love, for no one else can end this yearning.
He's been called one of the greatest tenors in music history. Placido Domingo.
Southland Music presents one of the world-famous three tenors, Placido Domingo, in a very special collection.
Your Spanish eyes, teardrops are falling from your Spanish eyes, younger than springtime.
Placido's great voice makes every song more beautiful than ever.
Where do I begin to tell the story of how great a love can
24 classics. You'll love the beautiful voice of Placido Domingo in one of the most romantic, enjoyable collections ever. But it's not in stores. Please stay tuned to order yours now.
Because you are mine.
Call 1-800-257-1257 to save all COD charges and pay only $14.98 for cassettes or $19.98 for 2 CDs, plus $3.50 shipping. Use your credit card or send check or money order to Placido Domingo, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia. Remember, save all COD charges by sending check or money order or use your credit card.
This is CNN.
CNN coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Live from Chicago, here are Bernard Shaw, Judy Woodruff, Bill Snyder, and Ken Bodie.
The party platform, the keynote address, the First Lady, and other speeches. Night number 2 for the Democrats here at United Center.
That's right, Bernie. Well, for a change tonight, we'll hear some more political voices. Last night, you might say, was star night here at the convention. We had Christopher Reeve, who gave a very moving address about his own disability, a plea for federal funds for research for spinal cord injuries. We heard from Sarah Brady on gun control. Tonight, the featured speakers, as you suggest, Hillary Clinton, Tipper Gore, Jesse Jackson, coming up very shortly.
And Mario Cuomo. This is the, Mario Cuomo and Jesse Jackson are the two leading orators of recent Democratic National Convention history.
Look at this portrait, Ken.
And there he is, Reverend Jesse Jackson, standing behind the podium back there.
And there's his son just in front of this gentleman who's just moved out of the way.
Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr.
These are great voices from the Democrats' recent past. And, of course, Mario Cuomo gave the spellbinding keynote address in 1984, Jesse Jackson in 1988. In a sense, when they speak, the Democratic Convention becomes a revival meeting. The Democrats cry, and they shout, and they cheer, and their souls are saved. But they usually vote for somebody else because they realize these speakers are too hot to carry the banner of the Democratic Party.
Ken Bodie, tell us why we're going to see a contrast in speaking styles and political oratory tonight.
Well, we're going to see a contrast because you have Evan Bayh, who is the keynote speaker, a very conservative Democratic governor from Indiana, and he is not the kind of speaker that Jesse Jackson and Mario Cuomo are. These two are far hotter speakers, and it's really interesting that oftentimes keynote speakers have a lot to live up to, especially when they're placed against Cuomo and Jackson. Evan Bayh is going to have a tough couple of acts to follow tonight.
Well, I'm thinking about 1984, Moscone Center, San Francisco. Right. Governor Mario Cuomo gave one of the most memorable political orations in modern political history.
And Jesse Jackson at that same convention.
Who was coming off the heels of having called New York Hommytown and was responding to criticism, gave his very famous "God is not finished with me" speech.
Exactly right. A great speech, yes.
Well, Democratic conventions of the past, as we know, have been marked by very remarkable highs and also some interesting lows. And there's a very interesting pattern about the way the Democrats have had their highs and lows of past conventions. Let's take a look.
Democratic conventions are like revival meetings. The delegates hear a stirring speech from a magnificent orator. They cheer, they cry, their souls are saved. And then they nominate somebody else. The Democrats are a party of great losers. Remember this dramatic concession speech from the 1980 convention?
And the dream shall never die.
Or this 1984 keynote address that set the standard for all keynote addresses from a man who could never make up his mind to run?
That this nation is more a tale of two cities than it is just a shining city on a hill.
The 1988 convention witnessed two great moments of oratory. Unfortunately, neither came from the nominee. Jesse Jackson spoke for the party's soul.
We must never surrender. America will get better and better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive.
Ann Richards went straight for the jugular.
Poor George. He can't help it. He was born with a silver foot in his mouth.
The high point of the 1992 convention wasn't a speech, it was a picture. But what really made the last convention a success was an event outside the hall, 2,000 miles outside the hall.
Now that the Democratic Party has revitalized itself, I have concluded that we cannot win in November.
Probably the lowest point of the Democratic convention also took place outside the hall, right outside the hall, in 1968, here in Chicago. The reverberations were felt inside the hall, on the podium.
And with George McGovern as President of the United States, we wouldn't have to have Gestapo tactics in the streets of Chicago.
And on the floor, the biggest bloopers at Democratic conventions, most of them were committed by the nominees themselves, like George McGovern in 1972, who gave his acceptance speech at 3 in the morning.
Come home to the belief that we can seek a newer world.
He got no audience and no bounce in the polls. Or Walter Mondale, who uttered these famous last words in 1984.
Mr. Reagan will raise taxes, and so will I. He won't tell you. I just did.
Or Michael Dukakis, who tried to define the 1988 election this way.
Because this election is not about ideology. It's about competence.
And how about this guy in 1988?
In closing,
that sure looked like a career ender. The most important decisions ever made by a Democratic convention, that would have been in 1972, when the party wrote the longest and most liberal platform ever, and took the nominating decision away from convention delegates and turned it over to primary voters. For the 24 years since then, the Democrats have been trying to undo the damage caused by 1972. Every 4 years, the party monkeyed around with its rules. You want no more Hubert Humphreys? Turn the nominating decision over to primary voters. The result? George McGovern. You want no more McGoverns? Limit the power of ideological activists. The result? Jimmy Carter. You want no more Carters? Then give the party establishment more say. The result? Walter Mondale. You want no more Mondales? Give Southern Democrats a Super Tuesday primary. The result? Michael Dukakis. You want no more Dukakises? Write a moderate platform and nominate a new Democrat. The result? Bill Clinton. Finally, it's working.
Now, how will we know if the Democrats have finally shaken off the burden of 1972? Well, we have the first piece of evidence. Bill Clinton is the first party nominee, the first incumbent Democratic president since 1936 not to be challenged for renomination. But we'll wait and see if there's a second piece of evidence. Will he be the first Democratic president since 1936 to win re-election?
Thanks, Bill Schneider. Well, speakers at the podium tonight behind me will be challenging the party faithful to stand up, to deliver, and turn out on November 5th. Let's go to our convention watchman, Bruce Morton.
Ernie, one of the interesting things about all this, of course, is that it's a struggle for prime time. It's a struggle to be seen on CNN, of course, but also on the 3 broadcast networks, which are only carrying the 10 to 11 Eastern Time hour. And there's been a lot of toing and froing about who should get on in that hour. Now, 2 of the famous Democrats you all have just been talking about, Mario Cuomo, the former governor of New York, and the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who've given memorable speeches, we just heard some excerpts, are on in what is technically prime time. That's this hour that's going on right now. But they won't be on live while the 3 broadcast networks are on the air. Who will? Well, Tipper Gore will, very briefly, to introduce Mrs. Clinton. She will at some length, and then, of course, the keynote speaker, Indiana's Governor Evan Bayh. Originally, Mrs. Clinton was to be the final speaker, the grand finish. Now that role is going to Governor Bayh. We're not quite sure why. It may be they thought that she would be a better act to follow. It may be that they thought he would be a big finish. But the fact is, he's a very popular governor in Indiana. He is not, according to people who have heard him speak a lot, I haven't, a particularly charismatic speaker. So they're liable to wind up with a pretty good Hillary Rodham Clinton and maybe a governor who doesn't quite carry it over the top. We'll have to wait and see. Bernie?
Thanks very much, Bruce. Lots of tension tonight. You have to imagine for these speakers tonight. The First Lady, as she told you, she was still working on her remarks.
Still working on her speech, and as we heard reported today, she still hadn't, as of noon today, it wasn't all down on paper. The tension over Mario Cuomo, he wanted to speak, but they didn't work that out until just yesterday. Let's go to Jesse Jackson Jr., who is about to introduce his father.
Reverend Jesse Jackson, like the President of the United States, for which office he was twice a major candidate, is a public man who needs no introduction to this audience. You are here today as Democrats because you love your country. And because of your love for your country, you already know a lot about Jesse Jackson. You know that he served with Martin Luther King Jr., risking death to march the highways and the byways of this great land from sea to shining sea in an unrelenting search for freedom and justice for all Americans. You also know that just no private citizen in public life in the history of this great country has been more committed, more useful, or more loyal to the ideals expressed in our beloved Constitution. Make no mistake, my father, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, is a hero to many of you, but he is also a hero to me. The temptation is to talk about Jesse Jackson, the public figure, the fighter for racial and social and economic justice. But my colleague John Lewis and Ambassador Andrew Young can best tell you about the civil rights battles that have taken place in foxholes. They know him, and they know him best because they've suffered with him. They marched with him. But for just a moment, I want to take you home. Come home to me and with me to the breakfast table. That is where I learned about Jesse Jackson, the father, the husband, and my best friend. It was there that Jesse Jackson taught his children. He began our meals with grace. And I learned that the greatest thing that Jesse Jackson ever did for me was that he married my mother. And the greatest thing that ever happened to me was that my mother and my father gave me my brothers and sisters, who I likewise represent tonight. What was it that Jesse Jackson taught us? Some of it wasn't original. He taught us to do unto others as others would do unto you. He taught us to love thy neighbor as thyself. He taught us to respect ourselves. He taught us to trust. He taught us to love. He taught us that the key to life comes from within. He taught us that not everyone can be famous or well known, but all of us can be great because every one of us can serve. He taught us that we can all be great because any one of us, if we just have the will to be the very best that we can be, if you want to be great that badly, all you have to do, according to Jesse Jackson Sr., To be a great person is to be kind and to be honest and to be trustworthy. That's what he taught us at the breakfast table, and it guides me every day. In 1984, in San Francisco, he said that God was not finished with him yet. And you and I know that God is still not finished with Jesse Jackson. Él es mi padre y mi amigo. Con sumo placer ahora le presento al reverendo Jesse Jackson. He is my father and my friend. I now present to you the Reverend Jesse Jackson.
This is
Jesse Jackson Jr., Bill Snyder, you say, may have his eye on the mayor's seat in this city in a few years.
Mayor Daley, Richie Daley, Richard M. Daley, the current mayor, has run 3 times, gotten elected, and each time he's beaten an African-American opponent. And the African-American community is looking for a savior. They hope they see it in Jesse Jackson Jr.
To my son, in whom I'm well pleased, who means so much to our family and this generation. For a moment, let us pray. Since our family last met, Ron Brown and Bill Morton and Carol Williams and our friends went down in a tragic accident. Since we last met, the President's mother, Hillary's father, Vincent Foster, members of our family who left on the train early one morning for the mission to guide our nation have made their transition. Let's remember them in our prayers, our utterances, and our commitment to keep the dream alive. Amen. Tonight, as I share with you, I wish that you would hold the applause that operates against my time. Y'all know this is prime time. Tonight, I stand before you as statehood senator from Washington, D.C. In our nation's capital, more people live than in 5 states. We pay more taxes than 10 states, and yet we live under congressional occupation. Freedom must ring from our nation's capital. 33 years ago tonight, a young preacher about the same age as my son was putting the final touches on one of the great prophetic messages of our age. August 28, 1963, Dr. King projected a vision of peace and equality that could heal our nation and a troubled world. His vision touched our nation's conscience. The Republicans in San Diego put forward the image, the vision of a big tent. On the cover was General Powell and Jack Kemp. But clearly you cannot judge a book by its cover. For inside the book, it was written by Newt Gingrich and Ralph Reed and Pat Buchanan. All the rights that made General Powell possible are now under assault for the next generation, and all that Kemp believed in until last week is now under assault. What is our challenge tonight? Just look around this place. This publicly financed United Center is a new Chicago mountaintop. To the south, Comiskey Park, another mountaintop. To the west, Cook County Jail, 2 ballparks and a jail. That jail, mostly youthful inmates, 80% drug positive. 90% high school dropouts, 92% functionally illiterate, 75% recidivist rate. They go back sicker and slicker. Between these mountains of the ballparks and the jail was once Campbell Soup and Sears and Zenith and Sunbeam and Stockyards. There were jobs and there was industry. Now there's a canyon of welfare and despair. This canyon exists in virtually every city in America. 1/5 of all American children will go to bed in poverty tonight. Half of all America's African-American children grew up amidst broken sidewalks, broken hearts, broken cities, and broken dreams. The #1 growth industry in urban America, jails. Half of all public housing built the last 10 years, jails. The top wealthiest, 1% wealthiest Americans own as much as the bottom 95%, the greatest inequality since the 1920s. As corporations downsize jobs, outsource contracts, scab on workers' rights, a class crisis emerges as a race problem. But the strawberry pickers in California, the chicken workers in North Carolina deserve a hearing. We must seek a new moral center. My brothers and my sisters, we have been here before. Hear this tonight, we've been here before. The last time we gathered in Chicago, high winds ripped apart our big tent. We could not bridge that gap between strongly held opinions. We lost to Nixon by the margin of our despair. In 1968, the tension within our party was over warfare. In 1996, it's welfare. Last week, over the objections of many Democratic Party leaders and the opposition of millions of Americans, Franklin Roosevelt's 6-decade guarantee of support for women and children was abandoned. On this issue, many of us differed with the president. Patricia Ireland and I even picketed the White House. We're all for welfare reform, but we want jobs and daycare and health care as the alternatives. Good news is this: when Pataki and Wilson disagreed in San Diego, they were sent to Siberia, and Gingrich had to do a volleyball match, and Trent Lott had to sing a song. We have the right to express ourselves, and that's diversity, and that's the Democratic Party. My brothers and my sisters, diversity is the measure of the party's strength. How we handle adversity is the measure of our character. We must find the bridge to keep our tent intact. We must make the commitment to right the wrongs in the bill. We need a Democratic Congress. Now that we've ended welfare as we know it, let's fight for jobs and daycare and health education as we also know it. Hear this, if you will. The fight was never about welfare. It was always about jobs and opportunity. Welfare. Welfare is the exhaust pipe of a failed economic engine. We want to be a part of the engine of growth. The passage of the welfare bill creates a moral imperative to provide a job with a living wage for every man and woman in America. That was Roosevelt and Dr. King's dream. Hear this: most poor people are not on welfare. They work every day. Most of them are women, and 2/3 are children. What must we do? Mayors, when you go back to your cities next week, if you'll just get 20,000 parents in 50 cities who will do 5 things: take your child to school, meet your child's teachers, exchange home numbers, turn off the TV 3 hours a night, and pick up a report card every 9 weeks. If we do that, we're talking about 1 million parents engaging with their teachers to modify their behavior. We can get from those same 50 cities, Brother Archer, 100 ministers to meet with juvenile court judges, and 100 churches reclaim 20 youth each
as alternative to unnecessary jails. That's 100,000 youth. We could turn jails into museums and build schools again. We can change the course. For us, Democrats, when we change the course, the real issue is not 3 strikes and you're out. If the crime is vicious enough, maybe 1 strike is enough. But what about the vision of 4 balls in your own? Prenatal care and Head Start, ball 1. An adequately funded public education, ball 2. A marketable skill, ball 3. And a job, ball 4. Put America on. Lift our youth up, not lock them up. What shall we do between these 2 ballparks and this jail? What shall we do in this canyon between the ballparks and the jail? And we shall reclaim our children. Secondly, these stakes are very high in 1996. We have the burden and the obligation to win for yet unborn generations. What shall we do economically? We have $6 trillion in private and public pension funds. Why can't we take 5% of that money, $300 billion, government secured, use that money to reinvest in our infrastructure and put America back to work? We did it for Poland. We made for Poland 40-year loans at 0.75%. First payment due in 10 years. If we can rebuild Poland and Europe and Japan, we can build Chicago and Atlanta and Memphis and Nashville. We can rebuild America. Don't stop there. My friends, as I rise to support our president, let me make this case. Our presidents must make strong positions on defense and offense. President Clinton has been our first line of defense against the Newt Gingrich contract, America's right-wing assault on elderly, our students, and our civil rights. We must maintain with integrity the first line of defense as they attack the integrity of the First Lady. It's beneath the dignity of American citizens. We have that obligation. It's a moral obligation. It's a moral obligation. When the president stands for the end of assault weapons, raises minimum wage, earned income taxes, stand with the mourning congregations of burned churches, stands for affirmative action and voting rights and social justice and gender equality, he deserves 4 more years. In the absence of our enthusiasm, there'll be Dole and Gingrich and Trent Lott and Clarence Thomas and Scalia. We deserve better than that. And so we disagree on a critical issue like welfare. But then, if we elect him, there's another day and a better day. But don't stop there. We are mature enough to differ without splitting. That's what makes democracy real. We must protect one big tent. One big tent. Lastly, well, Jack said, where does your reasoning come from? It comes from this. In 1932, Roosevelt did not run on the New Deal platform. He was the best option. The workers at the plant gates, they were the answer. A combination of what? An enlightened president An energized electorate, that's the coalition. In 1960, Dr. King chose Kennedy over Nixon. Neither ran on the public accommodations platform. That came from Birmingham. In 1964, neither Johnson nor Goldwater ran on a Voting Rights Act platform. That came from Selma. When we the people coalesce with an enlightening president, we can change America for the better, for the better, for the better. On this note, I leave you now. If we protect that big tent and leave here stronger, diverse, and better and more challenged, and we leave here with a plan to reclaim our children, leave here with a plan to reinvest in America's infrastructure, then we need to have the faith to hold on. Tonight, I stood in the background with a heart full of joy, and yet a tear swelled up in one eye and then the next, as I watched Jesse Jr. come before you tonight, and I thought about his growing up. He was born March 11th, 1965. March 7th, 1965 was Bloody Sunday in Selma, Alabama. I heard of his birth while in Selma, Alabama, as we shed blood and lost the lives of Swerner and Goodman and Cheney and Medgar Evers and Valerie Luiso and babies who died that we might have the right to vote. In your cynicism, don't you walk away from this vote. If you don't vote, you are irrelevant to the process. If you do not have integrity, you are a coward. Only by engaging can you make things happen. Don't stop there. When I watched him stand there tonight, and I thought about the legacy of Ron Brown, and yes, that of my father. The first image I remember in life was waking up early one morning in Greenville, South Carolina, in my mother's bed. She was showing me a picture saying that this is Daddy, he is coming home on furlough. A few days after that, Dad came up the hill. First time I saw him, the duffel bag on his shoulder, giving me some candy, giving Mom a hug. Then he had to go back to get his honorable discharge. One day, as I began to work with Dad as he raked leaves and cut grass, a man came out of his back door and he talked different than other South Carolinians. I said, Dad, why is he talking funny? He said, well, he's German. When I was going away from home, we fought to help free that country, and now he can go downtown and work and can vote, and I can't. And he was crying. I didn't understand what those tears were about. He just said, you hold on for that Bible, that flag. I didn't give up, and don't you give up. It meant nothing to me. Then he told me later on about his war adventure. When I was but a baby, my mom was pregnant. He said to the man for whom he shined shoes, I'm going to get a job down the street at the hotel. The barber said, you can't leave my shoe shine business. He said, but I have a wife, a baby, and a pregnant wife. When Dad had left to take the job at the hotel, he went down to the office and sent my daddy to the army. He sent him away to die. He went to Europe, where a U.S. Senator from South Carolina spoke to the all-black troops that Mr. Dole talked about not far from him. And that the U.S. Senator said to them, you're here to fight a war, not to chase white girls. They faced humiliation, and then the war was over. He said they came back on the ship, coming to New York's Pearl Harbor. They saw the Statue of Liberty. They'd never seen it before, and they jumped for joy because they had won the war. They had really won the war. They won the war. And then when they passed the Statue of Liberty and got into the harbor, the black soldiers went down one set of stairs and the whites another. And yet they smiled above their tears because they were glad to be back home. And then they got on the train going south. When they got on that train in New York, they hugged their loved ones, their mothers, their daughters, their girlfriends, their wives, and on down to Philadelphia. and then to Delaware, and then to Baltimore, and then they got near Union Station. And I thought about when someone said, were you happy when Jesse was sworn in? No, it was more than happiness. It was a kind of joy. Because happiness may be smiles deep, but then there's a joy that comes deeper that's linked to a faith. And so when he said it got to Union Station, they threw up their Cokes, their beers, their sandwiches. They said, we won the war. The Germans said we were inferior, but we beat them. Our pilots from Tuskegee shot them down. We won the war. They had this joy that they had done something great. They won the war. They saw their own capital. They won the war. But then they had to get off the train because going south of Washington, they had to sit behind Nazi war criminals because they were white. And while he cried bitter tears, he said to me, hold that Bible in one hand and that flag in the other, and you hold on. And that day as Jesse was being sworn in by Newt Gingrich, when his hand went up heavenly, his hand touched the Bible. I had one eye on him and one eye on that station. About 3 blocks away from my father had to get off the train as a veteran and sit behind Nazi war criminals. My son has been sworn into the U.S. Congress. It's called faith is the substance of things hoped for and evidence of things unseen. We serve a mighty God. Keep that faith. Stand with the chicken workers. Keep that faith. Stand with the coal miners. Keep that faith. Stand with shipbuilders. Keep that faith. Stand with the poor. Keep that faith. Stand with the widows. Keep that faith. Stand tall. Never surrender your hopes and your joys. Keep that faith. We will win and deserve to win. Stand tall, Mr. Clinton. We will win and deserve to win. Keep hope alive. I love you.
Very few dry eyes here in United Center.
Jesse Jackson, you know that some of these delegates do not agree with his views on everything, but he held this audience in the palm of his hand tonight. He is clearly one of the finest orators in the Democratic Party, probably the most passionate advocate for the neediest in our American society.
Once again, Judy and Bernie, he raised the bar at what this convention can expect and what a keynote speaker has to pass. And I'm told that all of our CNN staff was standing out there on the balcony listening to him live.
Back to Chicago on CNN in a moment.
CNN's Election 96 Presents is brought to you by Merrill Lynch. For our clients, the difference is planning. The difference is Merrill Lynch. And by Chrysler Plymouth and your local Chrysler Plymouth dealers.
With 4 doors, tons of interior space, comfortably contoured seating, and a great stereo, the Plymouth Neon sedan is a huge kick for cruising. While the Plymouth Neon Expresso Coupe's 132 horsepower engine and fully independent suspension make it a real kick in the passing lane. Plymouth Neon Coupe or sedan. It's never middle of the road.
$93.90 for starters, $12.5 nicely equipped.
I want to tell you about my home far away. My mother and father are there.
Strengthening the links of communications requires capital. In the last 3 years, Merrill Lynch raised over $50 billion for communications companies around the globe. We connect investors to opportunities and the people of the world to each other. For them, it makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
Some of your best ideas happen up here with us.
The most rewarding relationships are the ones that grow with time. It's the same for those of you who choose AT&T, because you understand that the true rewards only come from a lasting relationship. Introducing the new AT&T True Rewards program. Rewards you can get right away, every day. It's our way of saying thanks just for being an AT&T customer. The new True Rewards program. It's one of the rewards of a lasting relationship. That's your true choice, AT&T.
Moments ago here in Chicago from the podium of the United Center, Jesse Jackson tonight said even though he disagrees with President Clinton on welfare, quote, he deserves 4 more years.
That's right, Bernie, and that had to be music to the ears of President Clinton. I'm sure he expected it or we wouldn't have let him speak. But the fact is that Jesse Jackson represents those who feel passionately that the president made a mistake when he signed that welfare bill the other day. And the fact that he's still going to support Bill Clinton for whatever reason is very welcome news to this campaign.
He was off message in another way. This convention wants to hear about economic recovery, about the progress, about the 10 million new jobs. Jesse Jackson talked instead about the downsizing of corporations, about working class anxiety, about the things, frankly, that Pat Buchanan was talking about in this campaign and Jackson himself was talking about when he ran in 1984 and 1988. The Democrats want it to be morning in America. They want to stress the positive on this thing. Jesse Jackson was a dissenting voice on that. He believes you've got to be realistic and stress what's really going on.
But he served a function here, and it's an important function. He is the spokesman for and the person who addresses the Democratic Party base. This is the heart and soul of what Democrats believe in, and they positioned Jackson at the very beginning of the evening before the audience is biggest because that's not what they want to showcase at conventions. This was an old-fashioned convention speech, but he carried an important message. He explained to liberal Democrats, the heart of this party, why they should support Bill Clinton, and he had 3 important arguments. One, he said Clinton has been fine on a whole range of issues: the assault weapons ban, minimum wage hike, affirmative action, the earned income tax credit, gender equality. These are reasons why the liberals should support Clinton. Second, what is the alternative? And he ran through the names of those on the other side, including members of the Supreme Court. And third, he made an interesting and I think provocative argument. He said an enlightened president plus an activated electorate is the key to progress. And he pointed out that when Franklin Roosevelt ran in 1932, he didn't run on the New Deal. And in 1960, when John Kennedy ran for president, he didn't run on a liberal platform, but they were enlightened leaders who heard the voice of the electorate and knew what to do. So his argument to liberals is Clinton is a man who hears the voters, he knows what to do, and even if we disagree with him, we can make it happen if we get organized.
But that's exactly what Republicans, many of them would argue, is wrong with re-electing Bill Clinton. Their argument is he is going to listen to the liberals, and whatever he's saying during this campaign in 1996, he's going to govern in a second term like a liberal.
And very compelling tonight, speaking as an African American, and this is when tears welled in his eyes for the final 5 minutes of the address. He told America why he has faith in what he called a great country. He talked about segregation during World War II and his father. And then he talked about the justification of the faith at seeing his son sworn in as a United States member of Congress. He kept telling this audience in that alliteration, keep the faith, keep the faith. And then he told voters, you remember when he said, in your citicism, don't walk away from this vote. And then he said, we will win, we will win.
Let me just follow up on Bernie, if I could, for just a second. In another place that Reverend Jackson spoke today, to the base again, he called for revolutionary patience on the issue of welfare. Now, that's unusual. Revolutionary patience.
I was just going to say that I teach courses in college, and there are a lot of young people who cannot imagine this country being segregated the way it was. Jesse Jackson is there to remind us this wasn't so long ago that blacks and whites couldn't even sit on the same car in a train.
Another great speaker in the Democratic Party coming up. His name is Mario Cuomo. We'll be right back.
The new Plymouth Voyager was named Automobile Magazine's All-Star Minivan for 1996. Car and Driver ranked it in their 10 best automobiles of 1996. And not only does it surpass other minivans on the road, but with a 3-liter, 150 horsepower V6 engine, it has 36 times the cargo space of a Porsche 911 for about a third of the price.
Today, our country enters the 21st century with a privatization.
Around the world today, industries once owned by governments are increasingly owned by investors.
That privatization leads to...
And by advising governments in privatizations, Merrill Lynch is helping lead the way.
better life for our people.
Further evidence that for all our clients, the quality of our advice makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
Can't believe he broke it at the company picnic.
Incredible. Our employee health plan covers him, right?
Not deductibles or co-payments.
So he has to lay out his own money.
Your health plan can work better with Aflac. Supplemental insurance from Aflac helps cover the unexpected costs of recovery so you can give your employees the protection they need and deserve.
Any ideas?
Yeah, Aflac.
Aflac, insuring over 40 million people worldwide.
Former New York Governor Mario Cuomo, and this crowd is anticipating what he will say.
Bernie, we were just discussing whether Mario Cuomo will be able to hold the audience as Jesse Jackson did, and you were betting that he will, and I think I agree with you.
Both men preach what could be called the old-time religion to Democrats. It's what Democrats most deeply believe.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's good to be back. The last time that we all came together 4 years ago, this was a very different party. Many Americans, you'll recall, had lost faith in us, and frankly, many Democrats had as well. The truth is that beginning in the 1970s, the heart of our Democratic Party, America's strong, striving middle class, began drifting away from us. Now, it wasn't because we had abandoned our democratic principles. We never did that. We always continued to believe in all the big things that had always distinguished us from our opponents, especially the one central belief. We never gave up on the belief that the great family we belong to comes in every different color, every faith, every language. And we believe that not once every 4 years when they turn the cameras on at the convention. We believe that all the time. But let's be honest, despite that belief, occasionally in the past, we seem to have forgotten that in this rapidly evolving world, being faithful to principle required more than guarding the museum of past policy. Some of our programs were permitted to wander from their purpose. We slighted the middle class. And we allowed ourselves to be caricatured by our opponents. They said things like, Democrats are addicted to big government, big spending, and big taxes. Democrats are soft on crime. They're anti-family. They're anti-middle class. And those attacks proved to be effective. In 1980, in 1984, millions of middle-class Democrats became Reagan Democrats, and more of them drifted toward the Republicans with Bush in 1988, and then came the stark failure of supply side that was measured in crushing recession and debt. And by 1992, America decided on a new course and a new captain. And the captain was Bill Clinton. Now, President Clinton fought very hard for us on many, many things early in his presidency, including one distinctly Democratic policy, a staple of the Democratic Party for many years. He fought for universal health care. But we did not succeed. And there followed a new political force. It ascended, the radical right and the rabid revolutionaries led by Newt Gingrich. And in 1994, that force drove Democrats out of power all across this country, leaving the president standing virtually alone. It was a low point in our modern history as a party, and it was less than 2 years ago. Think of it. Now, less than 2 years later, most of America believes that Bill Clinton and his incomparable Vice President Al Gore will win the election on November 5th. How did things change so dramatically in less than 24 months? What is it? What happened? Two things, I think. First, America came to understand and to reject the Republicans' new harshness, policies that would, in effect, punish the least fortunate of us for the sake of the luckiest of us. And at the same time that America was waking up to their harshness, President Clinton found a way to preserve our party's basic principles while erasing the stigmas that had been branded upon our reputation over the years. Who will say today that Democrats are in love with big government and big spending after Bill Clinton has cut the federal government dramatically and brought the deficit down by 60%? Who can argue today? Who can argue today that Democrats are soft on crime after President Clinton banned assault weapons, controlled handgun sales with the Brady Law, and made possible 100,000 new police? Who will say it today? Who will say anti-family? Who will charge us being anti-middle class? Think again, America. Bill Clinton has done more to help the middle class than any leader in decades. 10 million new jobs. Interest rates low. Inflation almost non-existent. A tax code that asks the rich to carry their fair share, as it should be. Now, who gave us a humane rise in the minimum wage and portability of health insurance? And who gave us family leave over howls of Republican protest? President Bill Clinton did. You see, in less than 2 years, while making America stronger through these policies, one at a time, the president was lifting the albatrosses from around the neck of this great Democratic Party, so that now, with all those stigmas virtually erased, we are free once again to be Democrats, progressive, constructive Democrats. And we are ready now to continue the work of restoring the American dream that was invented by Democrats 6 decades ago. Now, it has not been easy for Bill Clinton as president to get us where we are now. The captain had to choose a complicated course to get across those deep and troubled political waters. And not all of us agreed with every turn he made, and we said so because we are Democrats. We are very good at saying so. And it's good for our party that we say so, that we speak the truth. Because the truth is that the fundamental beliefs that bind us together as Democrats are so strong that the exertion of occasional disagreements on how to meet our objectives can only show our strength and not our weakness. But some of the president's choices have been more controversial than others. The welfare reform bill has been one of the most difficult. Many of us, and I among them, believed that the risk to children was too great to justify the action of signing that bill, no matter what its political benefits. I know because I've spoken with him and with the Vice President and with Hillary. I know that they all understood and understand the risk, but the President is confident that he can avert this risk by further legislation before children are actually harmed. We should all hope and pray. We should all hope and pray that the President is right, but we should do something more than hope and pray. We cannot rely on the Republicans to cooperate with President Clinton to save our children. We need to give the President the strength of a Democratic Congress. We need to help the President. We need to help the President make this law better, as he has assured us that he will. And we need to do a lot more, even beyond welfare. When we talk of welfare, of course, we all want people on welfare to work. So do most of them want to work, but there must be jobs. Not in Thailand, not in China, not in Mexico, but here in Chicago and rural Mississippi and in East LA. And not jobs that can barely be called jobs, jobs that give real hope, jobs that give a man, give a woman the dignity of knowing that they can work their way up in this society, real jobs. Of course, we want only the government that we need. But we continue to insist as Democrats on all the government we need. And that includes government that will help more Americans find real health insurance, that makes sure our daycare options get better, not worse. Of course, we want and demand a balanced budget. No one in the modern history of this country, no president, has done more to move toward a balanced budget than has President Bill Clinton. But Democrats also know that it is a shameful thing that in some of our public schools, the highest form of technology available is a metal detector. We know that our students must have access to the information superhighway, but we also know, because we're honest with ourselves, that the information superhighway is a toll road. It has to be paid for, and the government can help with that too. Frankly, it's one of the best things that government can do for us. Help us to educate ourselves. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, we have at this moment a great opportunity. President Clinton, with the help of a Democratic Congress, can do for education what President John Kennedy did for space. We are the richest. We are the richest, the freest, the most powerful nation in world history. The richest, the most powerful in world history. Is there any reason why we should not be the best educated and the most highly skilled people in this fiercely competitive world? We are not, but we can be, and President Clinton can lead us there. If we needed one great emphasis to define our commitment to people, is there anything better we could do about the two major problems we have? A middle class that's working harder but appears to be subsiding, and poor people who are going nowhere. Is there anything better we can do for both of those problems than education? Anything better you could do for the middle class than make them the best trained people in the world? Anything better you could do for a poor kid than what you did for a poor kid from New York City called Colin Powell, and that is give him a good public school? You did it as well for another poor kid, a poor kid from a place called Arkansas. His name was Bill Clinton. You gave him a public education, and he became a great president. So yes, we must give our president a Democratic Congress. We need to ring every doorbell, buttonhole every voter, get out every vote. We need to work as we have never done before between now and November 5th to take the Congress back from Newt Gingrich and the Republicans. Because, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the Republicans are the real threat. They are the real threat to our women. They are the real threat to our children. They are the real threat to clean water, clean air, and the rich landscape of America. They are the real threat to fairness. They are the real threat to equality. The Republicans are the real threat to an enlightened Supreme Court. And don't you remember that? Don't you forget that? The Republicans. This now is the most important idea of all in all of this welter of sophisticated notions, in all of this quarreling and quibbling politically. Keep your eye on the one big idea. The Republicans are the real threat to the most fundamental of all the ideas. The idea that this nation is at its best only when we see ourselves, all of us, as one family. That is the heart of the matter. That has always been the heart of the matter. That will always be the heart of the matter. Those children in pain are our children. All of them, no matter what their color, they are our children. Those middle-class workers, they are our workers. Those people anxious about those futures, they are our people. They are our elderly Americans. Skipping meals to pay for a prescription. They are our life force, America. They are our life force. Those legal immigrants who are here eager to help us build America for themselves and for us. Listen to me, please. Listen to me, please. Forget a lot of this political argumentation. Forget about new Democrats, old Democrats, conservative Democrats, liberal Democrats, neoliberal Democrats. The truth is ageless. Either we make it together, all of us of every faith and color, straight or gay, with or without disabilities, whatever our accent, whatever our caste, wherever we are in this great land, whether we are rich, struggling, desperate, either we make it, all of us together, or there is no America worth the gifts that God has given this blessed place. Yes, of course, there are times when the President and I have not agreed. There will be times again. But President Bill Clinton, Hillary, Al Gore, Tipper, all of them understand, as we must, that basic, unchangeable truth. And because of that, in the end, Bill Clinton spells hope and Republicans spell disaster. Bill Clinton, Hillary, Al Gore, Tipper, 4 more years because you have earned it and because America needs it. 4 more years. What do you say? Thank you.
The Democrats have made a major effort tonight in the speech of former New York Governor Mario Cuomo and the Reverend Jesse Jackson, this party has made a major effort to claim dissension from within and turn it around and use it as a strength.
That's right, Bernie. Mario Cuomo made it very clear throughout this speech that there are times when he disagrees with this president, perhaps at no time more so than this welfare reform bill the president signed last week. But you just heard what he said. We may disagree, but Bill Clinton spells hope, the Republicans spell disaster.
And he had a neat twist on Clinton's move to the center, very controversial among liberal Democrats, when he said the president actually lifted the albatross from the party so that we could better sell our core democratic principles.
And it is this welfare bill. We're finally hearing something about it from the floor of the convention, from the podium of the convention. He said he wouldn't have signed it. The risk is too great. But give us a Democratic Congress so we can protect the children.
Mario Cuomo, former governor of New York. Bob Franken is with the New York delegation.
In fact, is with some very special members of the New York delegation right now, members of the Cuomo family, the offsprings of the Cuomos. Andrew Cuomo, who's an assistant secretary at HUD, along with his wife, Kerry Kennedy. Cuomo have been listening to the speech, and other members of the family. Must be quite a thrill to watch your father doing this again.
Bob, it always is. We've been at a few conventions with him. He nominated the president last time, as you know. But for me personally, it's still a thrill to hear him articulate the case for the Democrats, hear him talk about the significant accomplishments of President Clinton, that he's proud that he nominated him 4 years ago, and he's proud to be here again.
Now, we have an interesting situation here. You are a member of the administration. You heard your father criticize the president's decision on welfare. Do you agree with the president or your father on this?
Well, I didn't hear him criticize the president. I heard him say that they don't agree on every issue, nor should you expect this Democratic Party to agree on every issue. You have a lot of opinions in this Democratic Party. That's its greatest strength. To expect unanimity, to agree on every issue isn't what it's about. But this president sums up what the party is all about. And what I heard the governor say was he nominated him in 1992. He's proud he'd do it. He'd do it again. We need him now more than ever before. So, and I couldn't agree more, obviously.
What about the future career of the governor's son?
Oh, I'm working for the president's administration. I expect the president to be president next year, and hopefully I continue to serve him in any capacity that he deems relevant.
It was quite a scene watching as they listened to the speech. You really are a fan of his speaking style. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, fan of his speaking style? Yes, I am a fan.
Do you ever try and recreate that style?
No, you could. No, I don't, and I don't think you could. He has a style all his own and an ability to communicate that is unmatched, in my opinion.
Kerry Kennedy Cuomo, you're a new member of the family. Quite a thrill for you to watch this, too.
It's tremendous. It's great to be here. It's wonderful to see my father-in-law and articulate our part of the Democratic Party's view, and look forward to the next 4 years.
And you, of course, come from a long political tradition yourself.
Yes, I do.
Have you been to a convention before?
Yes, I've been to a few.
So we have people here who are, to whom this is old hat, people who have grown up in the tradition of the Democratic Party. Back to the booth.
Okay, thanks very much, Bob Franken. Still ringing in our ears, Governor Cuomo telling the Democrats nationwide, whether you're white, black, brown, whether you're illegal, whether you're male or female, we're all in this together. And if you don't do right on November 5th, the Republicans are going to take over. He really was rallying the people in this hall and the people watching him.
And it was interesting because so far at the convention, the Democrats have not gone after the Republicans. They said they didn't want any harsh rhetoric, any personal rhetoric. But this was a speech, and we've heard from Jackson as well, in which Gingrich's name was brought up front and center. And Cuomo was very upfront when he said the Republicans are the real threat to women, to children, the environment, fairness, equality. Look at what they've done on the Supreme Court. He really portrayed the Republican Party as a very serious threat. I think that was a personal statement, too, because he remembers what happened to him in 1994 when the Republicans took over everything and he got overthrown.
All right, more about Mario Cuomo, more looking ahead to some of the speeches we're going to hear later tonight. First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton and others. We'll be right back.
Sturdy rail-through construction and four-wheel specially modified double wishbone suspension. 5-passenger interior comfort for the whole family. Innovative and stylish cab-forward design. All for a price that won't knock the wind out of you. Introducing the new Plymouth Breeze.
Today, our country enters the 21st century with the privatization.
Around the world today, industries once owned by governments are increasingly owned by investors.
That privatization leads to...
And by advising governments in privatizations, Merrill Lynch is helping lead the way.
better life for our people.
Further evidence that for all our clients, the quality of our advice makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
Emma was a matchmaker with the best of intentions and the most outrageous results.
Good God. I see you've been hard at work.
Now, romance is about to find her.
I love John.
Emma.
I hate John.
Newsweek calls Jane Austen's comedy fine, funny, and deeply charming. Time magazine says Gwyneth Paltrow brings elegance and class back to movie acting. Emma.
Try not to kill my dogs.
Rated PG. Now playing.
I've seen every card there is. Thousands of cards. Super 8's VIP card. It says, congratulations, your reservation is guaranteed, and you get 10% off. Life's great at Super 8.
You have a 30-year mortgage. So shouldn't you have a 30-year faucet? Moen. Buy it for looks. Buy it for life.
Hi. Hi. Doesn't it make you feel better knowing that Columbia is more than just a hospital? Sure. That they have so many ways of making you healthy. You know, like making it easier to get your blood pressure or cholesterol checked. It's okay. Nobody's judging you.
The partisan rhetoric in this hall could not be blunter. Bill Clinton spells hope, the Republicans spell disaster, unquote. The words of former New York Governor Mario Cuomo. He's with our man Wolf Blitzer at the podium.
Bernie, Governor Cuomo is here, and obviously, Governor, there were a lot of negotiations that led to your speech, the timing, the substance. Give us a little flavor of what convinced you that it was the right thing to come here and deliver this speech.
Wolf, the truth is there was not a lot of negotiating. I know the paper said that. It didn't happen that way at all. Harold Ickes called me, I think, last Friday, Thursday or Friday, and said, look, you know how we work. We're very methodical, very tactical, and we believe that you would be good for the president at the convention somewhere. I said, great. What would you like to me to talk about? They said, well, the welfare issue is an important one. I said, fine, I'll talk about it. I'll tell them I disagree with it. I'll also tell them, and I think that is not a reason not to vote for the president. That's a reason to vote harder, because he is the only one who can change it. And they said, fine. I said, we'll give you, 10, 12 minutes, whatever it is. I said, whatever the time is, I'll take it. And I said, whatever place you want to put me, I'll take it. I didn't ask for prime time or anything like that. I don't even know what prime time is anymore, Wolf, to be honest with you. C-SPAN, and CNN, it's always prime time. So there wasn't a lot of negotiating. I volunteered to let them see my ideas. I said, this isn't like a keynote where I'm free to say whatever I want to say. You're into tactics. Let me show you the kind of thing I'm going to do, if not the exact words. I gave them a rough outline. They said, great. The words were mine. I deviated somewhat from what I gave them, but not a whole lot. So there wasn't a lot of negotiating. I was pleased to do it, and I hope it helped the president a little bit.
But on this issue of welfare reform, which may be, even if Bill Clinton is reelected over 8 years, the most significant decision he makes, he signs this welfare reform legislation into law, could have this enormous, from your perspective, negative impact on 1 million children could go into poverty. How do you rationalize that kind of decision and now come forward and give this rousing endorsement for Bill Clinton to be reelected?
That's very simple. What I said is, I think it was a mistake, and I think it puts our children at risk. Now we have to cure it. If you elect Bob Dole, there's no way to cure it.
Bill Clinton says, I know it's a risk. I know how you feel. I will correct it. If we give him a Democratic Congress, it will be corrected instantly. Remember, both Tom Daschle, who would probably be the leader of the Senate as a Democrat, and Dick Gephardt, who would probably be the leader of the House, voted against the welfare reform bill. So they are sure to correct it with the president. So it's perfectly consistent. What it says is, look, yes, I disagreed with him. Yes, I'm sorry he did it. Yes, I wrote him a letter pleading with him not to do it. But now that it's done, we need him more than ever because he is the only hope we have for changing it.
Former New York Governor Mario Cuomo, thank you so much for spending some time with us. Now back to Bernie in the booth.
Thank you, Wolf. Reverend Jesse Jackson, who preceded Governor Cuomo, also disagreeing with the leader of his party, President Clinton, but saying we need him in the White House 4 more years. Let's check around the floor in this hall to see how this theme is playing. Gene Meserve is with the Texas delegation.
Bernie, there are 185 Hispanic delegates to this convention. That is more than there have ever been to any convention. One of them is with me here now. Domingo Garcia is head of the Hispanic Caucus of the Democratic National Committee. We've heard Jesse Jackson and Mario Cuomo voice their opposition to the welfare bill, but your opposition is a little different. You're concerned about the provisions relating to immigrants.
That's correct. I mean, legal immigrants play by the rules. They fight our wars, they pay our taxes. And when they're singled out and scapegoated by the Republican-controlled Congress, we believe that's fundamentally wrong. We have some disagreements with President Clinton accepting that provision of the welfare bill.
Do you believe he signed it out of political expediency?
Well, I believe the political season had something to do with it. He vetoed 2 previous Republican welfare bills. At the same time, we keep our eyes on the ball, and that means we got to have a President Clinton. If we have a President Dole, we would have a much worse bill.
So this is not going to cost him votes in your community?
I think it's raised a lot of concern, but fundamentally, President Clinton has been good to the Hispanic community, and we understand that we got to have a Democratic Congress in order to get a true welfare reform bill that will mend it but not end it.
Domingo Garcia, thank you for joining us, and now back to the booth.
Thanks very much. Gene Meserve. Coming up on CNN as our live coverage from the United Center here in Chicago continues, Washington Post analyst David Broder, Jack German of the Baltimore Sun, Farai Shadeh, and Kellyanne Fitzpatrick talk to Judy about what's happening under the Democratic tent tonight in Chicago. Back in a moment.
Why is America going to work with us?
Olston Staffing Services always has exactly the person I need. Their office temporaries are trained on the latest software. Their data entry people step right in a crunch. Their paralegals, engineers, and accountants are thoroughly professional. And they have over 700 offices worldwide. Olston finds good people wherever they are.
Call today. Olston Staffing Services. America is going to work with us.
When I was a kid, I had to take penicillin for 9 years. Probably it saved my life. I think that bacteria, having evolved over the last 4 billion years, they have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. There's a real need out there. There are people that are dying now, literally. There's a 35% mortality rate that's been reported for some of these infections that, there's no drug left. I'm a pharmaceutical company researcher. I'm involved in the oxazolidinone project. We're developing these compounds for treating gram-positive infections that are multi-drug resistant. My hopes really are that someday some kid will have the drugs that I've been working on for the last 8 years available to them to save their life.
Can we ask you a personal question? Does your mouth feel really clean?
Compared to what?
What do you mean, really clean? Does your mouth feel baking soda clean?
Yeah, well...
Not as confident as you thought, huh? Then you want the fresh, clean feeling of baking soda combined with proven germ-killing power. You want baking soda Scope. Clean feeling, great taste, fresh breath. It's the baking soda way to feel kissably clean. Clean Mint Baking Soda Scope.
You want your business to be on the internet, but you worry about keeping your business information secure, so you
find the company with the most experience in internet security, and you
learn ways to keep your company's data safe, because you
suddenly have access to the best security products and the most reliable internet network, and
you can count on one company to handle it all for you. UUNet. The Internet at work.
Democrats in Chicago awaiting the appearances from this podium of Tipper Gore, First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton, and the keynote speaker tonight, Indiana Governor Evan Bayh. CNN's live coverage will continue in a moment.
CNN's coverage of Campaign 96 is brought to you by LCI International, a very different long-distance phone company, and by U.S. Air, the airline committed to making your business travel easier by offering nearly 5,000 flights a day.
With LCI Extend Your Reach, you'll get an international service that's simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Semplice, onesti e non tanto cari.
간편하고 공정하고 싸요.
You can call virtually any country from your home for the same flat rate, 24 hours a day, and we do not round up to the nearest minute. LCI International translates in any language.
簡單又公平，唔貴。
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Up here, there are no ground rules. So go ahead. Think. Build. Create. Do something amazing. You're going places. And that's why we're here.
Plymouth Neon Coupe with a zippy 2-liter 16-valve engine. Ride-tuned suspension, a 5-speed tranny, and 132 wild ponies. It's a pretty hot little number. Plymouth Neon Coupe, just $93.90.
If I could change the world, what would I change?
I would take away the poisons.
Protect the children. Give them a future.
I would say pay people enough to support a family.
Unite!
Hundreds of thousands of people are coming together to make change work for us, for our families, our children, our lives.
Unite!
Because the world is changing. But together, we can make it change for us.
Unite!
Together, we are the face of change.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Democratic Convention in Chicago. Last night, the theme was crime, fighting crime. Tonight, it is families first. We are hearing from speakers as diverse as Jesse Jackson and Mario Cuomo to the Indiana Governor, Evan Bayh. Joining me now to talk about what we've been listening to CNN analyst Kellyanne Fitzpatrick, who's also a Republican pollster, Farai Chideya, and David Broder of the Washington Post, Jack Germond of the Baltimore Sun. I want to ask all four of you, it seemed to me that last night what happened was you had sort of a subliminal, if anything, values message. You didn't hear from many politicians, but slam bang tonight we heard two politicians with very partisan messages, Jesse Jackson and former Governor Cuomo of New York. David Broder, what are the Democrats trying to do tonight?
Well, they've let the country in on a big secret. There's still liberals in the Democratic Party. In fact, this convention hall delegates are filled with liberals, and the Congressional Democratic Party is still a liberal party. But most of the message so far has been, we've changed, we're new, we're different. What you heard tonight was a very old-fashioned, partisan Democratic message.
Was this smart, Kellyanne?
It's smart, but it's interesting because what the Democrats need to do is forget the last 6 months of attacking the Republicans for disagreeing on abortion, for Bob Dole choosing Jack Kemp, two men who have rarely agreed with each other in politics, and said, you know what, we think disagreements are a virtue as well. That it's almost the more dissension, the more inclusive we are as a party. It worked 2 weeks ago in San Diego to a certain degree, and I suppose it'll work here in Chicago. I'm absolutely struck by Mario Cuomo's call for a Democratic Congress to help President Clinton. I think the American people will remember that for the first 2 years of Bill Clinton's term, he had a Democratic Congress. That marriage was an absolute disaster, to quote Mr. Cuomo, to co-opt a word of his tonight, leading to relinquishing control of the House for the Democrats for the first time in 40 years. We've gone down that path.
Jack Germond, does it matter that these speeches came early in the evening, not in the most highlighted time of this convention?
Of course it does. I mean, what does this tell you about the Democratic Party today and about the country today? That the Democratic Party feels obliged to put the messages we just heard from Jesse Jackson and Mario Cuomo, where they'll get a minimal audience. Where you can say, well, they shouldn't be on at all. They wouldn't dare leave them off the program. They have too much of a following within the party. So they hide them. And you know, Cuomo was a cheerleader for Clinton. Jackson was, as usual, Jackson. The idea that you have to hide them tells me the Democratic Party is trying to hide from what it has always stood for. And maybe they can get away with it, maybe they can't. They have so far.
Well, they weren't hiding on CNN. We did run the whole speech from both of them. But the point is, you're right, that the broadcast networks don't carry this until 9 o'clock Central Time.
Right. Well, what's really interesting is that the Democratic Party has never recovered from Michael Dukakis's loss of the word liberal in 1988, when he decided not to fight after being called a liberal and say, well, being a liberal is sometimes a very good thing to be. Then we've had this cycle where Democrats have had to escape. Now we've escaped into the new Democratic era. What's very interesting is that Cuomo and Jesse Jackson, Reverend Jesse Jackson, are both excellent speakers. Jesse Jackson's speech was extraordinary in its sense of hope, purpose, and vision. Even if this country does not always treat you fairly, even if your race and your skin color prevent you from being given a fair shake, there still is this sense of possibility, hope, and even patriotism. But they were shunted aside from the primetime hours because it was felt that the L word was just too strong.
David, is this message getting through to the public the way the Democrats want, that there is some disagreement in the party, but they're, for the time being, for the next 10 weeks, they're together with Bill Clinton?
Well, if there's one particular part of this Democratic message, which if they can sell, they are the slickest salespeople in the country. If they can convince the country that because Bill Clinton signed a welfare bill, which all of them think is a bad bill, they should re-elect Clinton to fix the bill that he signed, then, you know, I mean, that's as logical as saying that the guy who fumbled the ball on the 2-yard line ought to be put back in because he's the one who might carry it through the next time.
I mean, Mario, I wrote down what Mario Cuomo wrote. He said it is a risk to children that is too great to justify signing the bill.
That's right. I mean, he's trying to use the guy who has divided the party in the last week or two as the only galvanizing factor to get out and vote Democratic this fall. It's a risky strategy, but what are they to do?
You talk to the black leaders on the floor. I talked to many of them last night. The black Democratic leaders, they understand that whatever their problems with Clinton, which are considerable and are not limited to the welfare reform bill, he is so immensely preferable to Bob Dole and Jack Kemp, Newt Gingrich and his merry men, that and they also know they need to turn out. They have to get the black turnout up because it was down in '94. It cost them House seats, and questionably, of course they're going to rationalize it. I mean, I agree with David. It's a tough sell, but they're going to do it.
Well, I mean, it's very analogous to the situation of the Buchanan brigades in the Republican Party. If you look at Bob Dole, he recently, just this weekend, said that he absolutely is not going to change the Constitution to prevent children born in the U.S. of illegal parents from being citizens. That is something that the Buchananites are absolutely rabid about. What are they going to do, though? Vote for Clinton? I doubt it.
David Broder, look ahead. Tonight we're going to hear a keynote speech from the governor of Indiana. Some people have called him Indiana's Bill Clinton. We're going to hear from Hillary Clinton, who I thought it was interesting that Mario Cuomo said he checked with Hillary Clinton before he even named the vice president to talk about the welfare bill. We're going to hear from Tipper Gore as an introduction. What is it that the Democrats need to come out of this night with?
Judy, they don't need a whole lot. They're holding a lead. If they just can keep things sort of rocking along where they are. But I do think that Mrs. Clinton has something that she wants to achieve for herself, which is to show the American people that this sort of devilish characterization of her that the Republicans have done is a caricature and not who she really is.
Can she do that, Kellyanne?
Oh, I think she can do it. I hope that her speech hasn't been the work in progress she claimed yesterday, because I would think that parts of it have been focus grouped and polled, as most things in politics today with both of these conventions have been. I think she can pull it off. She is a wonderful speaker. She's a very intelligent woman. America respects her for that. Her negatives are as high as they've been in a long time, and I think that you will probably see Hillary Clinton, the wife and the mother, as well as Hillary Clinton, the accomplished woman.
One last comment.
It doesn't matter. Nobody's going to vote for Bob Dole because Hillary Clinton gives a good or bad speech. Let's not kid ourselves.
What do you mean nobody's going to vote for Bob?
Because,
you mean in this
because
building?
Hillary gives a speech now.
All right, Jack Germon, memorable words. David Broder, Farai Chideya, Kellyanne Fitzpatrick. Thank you all for joining us. Our live coverage of the Democratic Convention will continue. We'll be right back.
From the Democratic Convention in Chicago, I'm Mark Shields. CNN's Capitol Gang takes on the issues here every night, following our extensive convention coverage.
They're the most ruthless killers in the world. Without conscience, without compassion, without remorse. Level 4, Virus Hunters of the CDC. A gripping true account of viral hot zones and the war against global epidemics by two of the world's best-known virus researchers, now in bookstores everywhere. In the world of the virus, we are the invaders.
Log on to CNN Interactive for the latest news, direct from the CNN newsroom. Rated #1 among all basic cable websites. With business from CNN FM, the new financial network from CNN. Sports scores and highlights from Nick and Fred. Fashion and interior design with Elsa. Entertainment news from Lauren and Jim. The whole world of CNN on the World Wide Web. We're here 24 hours a day at CNN.com.
Weeknights, Geraldine and John shake things up in Washington. Crossfire on CNN.
CNN has some very important political news to share with you and report to you tonight. CNN correspondent Tony Clark sends word that Dick Lamb, who was a contender for the Reform Party's presidential nomination, will not endorse the ticket leader, Ross Perot. Tony Clark sends word that aides and family members say Lamb has told them he, quote, definitely will not support Ross Perot, but they do not know whether he will endorse another candidate. Lamb, incidentally, is a friend of President Clinton, and he supported Bill Clinton 4 years ago. Repeating briefly, Dick Lamb saying tonight he will not endorse Ross Perot, the leader of the Reform Party, and they will make that announcement formally tomorrow here in Chicago on Wednesday. Our live coverage from United Center in Chicago will continue in just a moment.
I'm here as the chairman of LCI International to ask you to vote, but to vote for LCI International as your long-distance telephone company. This is a year you'll hear all kinds of promises. At LCI, we promise and we will deliver something that is simple, fair, and inexpensive. You have the freedom to get away from the hidden charges, monthly fees, confusion of AT&T and MCI and Sprint. You have the freedom to choose a very different long-distance phone company.
Some of your best ideas happen up here with us.
Most family sedans will put a driver to sleep. The Chrysler Concorde was designed to be a wake-up call for an entire industry. It's the original cab-forward design that gives Concorde a distinctive look, sports car-like road manners, and all the room you need. Cab Forward has been so successful, other car companies are starting to copy it. To the rest of the automotive industry, this is your wake-up call.
In his college days, cardiologist George Lustig loved to compete. But for many years, high blood pressure held him back. Now, thanks to healthy living and medicine developed by Pfizer Research, he's back in the race. And the 2 gold medals he won in the U.S. Masters Nationals prove hypertension isn't all he's beating. Pfizer, we're part of the cure.
This is my office.
This is my office.
This is my desk.
This is my office.
There's a very good reason why it's called running a business.
This is my office.
This is my reception.
It doesn't come to you. It doesn't wait for you.
This is my conference
This
room.
is my office.
This is my factory.
You've got to get there first with the most for the least.
This is research.
This is accounting.
Which is exactly the idea behind Office Depot.
We've got all you need, all at the best prices. Guaranteed. Office Depot.
This is where I take care of business.
CNN coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Live from Chicago, here are Judy Woodruff, Bernard Shaw, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
The keynote speaker at this convention will be Indiana Governor Evan Bayh, a moderate Democrat. Candy Crowley is down now in the Indiana delegation with someone who knows Governor Bayh very well indeed. Candy?
Absolutely. What I have here is former Senator Birch Bayh, but I think probably more importantly tonight, a proud dad. What do you expect to hear from your son tonight?
Well, I think we'll hear what's in his heart, what he feels as a citizen, as somebody who's had the opportunity to serve in the state of Indiana for 8 years as governor and is very concerned about problems. I think he'll tell us what he thinks about the problems today and how he'd like to see them resolved. I think it'll be a positive approach to tomorrow.
You know, a lot of people have described your son, the governor, as the Bill Clinton of Indiana. And I think by that what they mean is the sort of new Democrat, the moderate. And one of the people is that you are out, that he is up there to appeal to the moderate vote. Do you think that's where his main appeal is?
Well, I think he's trying to do what's right. If that appeals to a certain segment of society, so be it. I think it's wrong to compare what may have happened 30 years ago with what must be done today. And I was very impressed with Jesse Jackson's speech when he talked about all of these various labels, said we need to put them aside and pull together as Democrats. And I assume that Evan will tell us exactly what he believes. And he'll be Evan Bayh, not a Bill Clinton or a Birch Bayh or somebody else. He'll be his own person.
Well, you've known the Democratic Party for a long time now. Do you think it has become more moderate over the years, that we're now seeing a more moderate Democratic Party than during the time when you, say, served in the Senate?
Well, I think any party, to be responsible, has to listen to what the people are saying, has to examine the problems carefully. And we've had some of these problems hanging around for a long time, and they haven't gone away yet. And I think some of the leaders today are trying to find new solutions to some of the old problems. Whether you call them new Democrats, modern Democrats, or whatever, God help them solve these problems.
Thanks so much, former Senator Birch Bayh. A nice night for you. Back to you, Bernie.
Thank you, Candy. You know, some people have tried to conjure up a convention rivalry between Elizabeth Dole and how she performed in San Diego there, speaking to Republican delegates on the floor of the convention, Oprah Winfrey style. And First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton, you might recall yesterday in an interview with our own Judy Woodruff, the First Lady said there's no competition there, that voters do not elect First Ladies, they vote for the leaders of the party. Well, down on the podium is our man Wolf Blitzer, and he has some information on what we can expect. Wolf?
Bernie, I've been talking to some of the First Lady's aides, and they say what we can expect will be a speech that will combine some personal anecdotes from the First Lady's life. She's going to talk about coming back to Chicago. She's also going to tell some jokes in the process of talking about coming back to Chicago. But in the main theme, which is going to be families and values, she's going to make a point, we're told, of defending the concept of her book, It Takes a Village, and she's going to explain what she meant by the nature of that book. As you know, Bob Dole and other Republicans have criticized this whole theme of It Takes a Village. They've been saying it takes a family, it doesn't take a village being sort of a metaphor, according to the Republicans, of big government. The First Lady is going to try to explain, as she did in her book, that it takes a lot of people to make sure that families and the values of the families get going. So the First Lady is going to be defensive to a certain degree, but we're told her speech is going to be very uplifting, especially to this large Democratic crowd here at the United Center in Chicago. all of this, of course, comes in the midst of a lot of controversy in the White House on a totally unrelated matter. That involves the relationship that the president has with his top political strategist, Dick Morris. Dick Morris being on the cover this week of Time magazine, sort of coming out of the president's ear in this cover, which has deeply irritated many senior White House officials because they make the point that Dick Morris is just one aide and the president has many aides. And this notion that the president is being manipulated by Dick Morris has caused a lot of concern among the White House Chief of Staff, Leon Panetta, Senior Advisor George Stephanopoulos, Deputy Chief of Staff Harold Ickes, and others. There's been a rivalry, as we all know, over these past many months. On the one hand, Dick Morris is trying to project the president as this new Democrat going back to his centrist roots. Other White House officials have been trying to make the point that the president has been consistent in his values, consistent in his positions. We do know that Dick Morris continues to rub a lot of officials the wrong way, but we also know at the same time that he still is the president's top strategist. The president has confidence in him, and reports that his relationship with the White House, with the president and the First Lady, have soured in recent days are not necessarily accurate. Bernie?
Wolf, I was just going to interject. No matter what Stephanopoulos, Ickes, and Panetta think of Dick Morris, it's obvious that Bill Clinton is not about to throw that man overboard, right?
Absolutely, because if you take a look, since he came in after the disastrous congressional elections of '94, when he came aboard and he recommended that the president go back to the center, Mr. Clinton's poll numbers have made a remarkable comeback, and the president and the First Lady think that Dick Morris's advice was right on the mark in those areas, so they're grateful to him for that. So as a result, even though there are some conflicts and some rivalries, he's staying. Back to the booth.
Okay, thank you, Wolf Blitzer. Oh, to be a fly on the wall at the White House, huh?
Oh, yes, and in some of these rooms where they're having conversations here in Chicago, Bernie, Dick Morris has advised Republican candidates over the years, and people like George Stephanopoulos and Harold Ickes, who are loyal Democrats, are not going to let him forget it. Gene Randall is visiting with some people down there in the Arkansas delegation, a state that got some very good seats in this convention hall. Gene?
And I'm with President Clinton's not-so-little brother, Roger. You'll listen to the First Lady deliver her speech tonight. Your big brother delivers his speech on Thursday. What do you expect to hear?
I know that it's going to be a real strong speech tonight. It's all speculation on my part right now. I've not spoken to Hillary about it. As a matter of fact, Hillary, I think, has really kept a tight lid on this because there's going to be a lot of spontaneity in this speech tonight. Everything's coming from her heart tonight. And I expect it to be a very, very dynamic speech from Hillary. She's not going to pull any punches tonight.
The whole aspect of the criticism, which has grown over the years surrounding the First Lady, is this a very bothersome thing for the family?
No, it's not. It is a factor, but it's not bothersome. We can't let that bother us. Big Brother and Hillary have a job to do, as we all do, but theirs is just magnified 100-fold.
And what do you expect to hear from the president Thursday night?
A lot of compassion, a lot on education, a lot on families, a lot on children. And I think he's just going to drive it home. And I think that the overriding feature is going to be that he and Hillary will remain positive. They'll do nothing but maintain this positivity because that's what's going to win in America.
Mr. Clinton, you're used to performing, and so you're used to having nerves. Is there a case of nerves here, waiting to hear from the First Lady and your brother?
There's a lot of nerves, yeah. There's a lot of nervous anticipation, a lot of adrenaline, especially for me, Gene. They've saved me. My Arkansas delegation has saved me the seat that my mother would have been sitting in tonight, and it's real emotional for me tonight. It's real emotional. This is a beautiful night, just a really beautiful night, and I'm just glad to be a part of it. And I think that we're going to hear one of the great speeches from Hillary tonight.
And I know you miss your mom. Thanks very much.
I miss my mom. Yeah.
Thanks,
Gene.
Let's go back to the booth.
Roger Clinton, of course, the half-brother of President Clinton. Roger Clinton, I believe, 12 years younger. They share a mother, Virginia Kelly, who died over the last year or so. They had different fathers. When we come back, some more talk about the speech coming up tonight by First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton. We'll be back.
It can't be. I got to see. It is. The 365. Boy, boss. Give a look. Ugye ez egy IBM ThinkPad 365-ös.
Az bizony.
It could be no other. Feel the track point. Feast your eyes on the screen. Can we swing it, boss, huh?
Meglepően olcsó.
Yeah. That's my boss. What a guy, huh?
I'm an underwater archaeologist. I recover history.
Don works out of his home. He's a second treasure guy.
Lillian runs the mailboxes, etc. in town.
That etc. means that I'm here for you.
Hi, Lil!
You have everything you need here.
And that is a comfort zone that you don't get anywhere else.
I even shipped a submarine for him, cross country,
Right to my front door.
because he didn't know where to put it.
Mailboxes, etc. It's not what we do, it's how we do it.
I'm taking Lillian for a ride.
Yeah, right.
Childhood is a magical time. A time of wonder and surprises, laughter and dreams. At Anheuser-Busch, we believe every child should experience it all. That's why we support the Muscular Dystrophy Association, because there's nothing better than helping kids just be kids. The Anheuser-Busch Companies, glad to be your neighbor, proud to be your friend.
Before there even was a United States, John Wheeler purchased life insurance to protect his family. 7 generations later, the Wheeler family purchased an annuity for retirement that kept on paying despite the Great Depression. As America changed, so did life insurers, helping families with innovative protection and retirement programs. Pensions, 401ks, annuities, life insurance, long-term care, and disability insurance.
Hey, John. Yeah? Line 2 is for you.
Today, another John Wheeler worries about securing his family's future, about Social Security not being there, that he'll outlive his income. Like generations before him, he'll turn to life insurers to meet his financial needs. Wonder what the newest generation of the Wheeler family will need to help secure their future? America's life insurers are working on it, continuing nearly 250 years of planning, protection, and security.
Some revealing and some very important news coming out of the Reform Party tonight. As first reported on CNN just a short while ago, CNN's Tony Clark sending word that former Reform Party presidential candidate, Colorado Governor Dick Lamb, former governor, will not endorse Ross Perot.
And Bernie, we probably got a big hint of that a few days ago when you and I interviewed Dick Lamb, and he sounded like he really needed more information before he was going to make up his mind about that endorsement. You know, there's a lot of speculation lately about who Perot is going to ask to be his running mate as the Reform Party candidate. I had an interesting conversation today with Ohio Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur. She's a Democrat, but she's a moderate Democrat. She's someone who likes to talk about how she's worked for jobs. She was a vociferous opponent of NAFTA. The report came out about a week ago that Perot had asked her to be his running mate, and she had turned him down. I asked her point blank today. She would not answer the question. She said, all I can say is that we had some very interesting, good conversations. We are continuing to talk. And she said, we'll see what evolves. She says, he's a man whose ideas I admire. Now, this is a woman who is a loyal Democrat, and yet she's having conversations with Ross Perot.
I had a conversation with former Republican Senator Warren Rudman, who now co-chairs the Concord Coalition, the other day. He said that a representative from Perot had come to him asking him if he would take a call about this, and he said that he is not interested himself.
First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton being escorted here and through the back passageways at United Center, Ken Bodie, and we'll be hearing from her in a short while.
We will. Let me just finish this point. Warren Rudman said he was not personally interested in it, but he understood the other 2 people on Ross Perot's short list were going to be David Bourne, former senator from Oklahoma, a Democrat, who is now president of the University of Oklahoma, and Sam Nunn, retiring Democratic senator from Georgia. If he ever got any one of those 3, Perot would be in great shape. The chances are very slim.
I want to be clear. Are you saying that Rudman says he has heard that Bourne and Nunn
that Boren and Nunn are on Perot's short list.
Well, Boren is known to be close to Perot. Nunn, it's hard to imagine Sam Nunn accepting that.
It's hard to imagine either one of them doing that, but Ross Perot desperately needs a vice presidential running mate of some stature. You know, after his dual convention in Long Beach and Valley Forge, we didn't find any measurable bounce in the polls. The audiences weren't that big. The speech wasn't that widely seen. He didn't get any big boost out of it. Perot's got a big problem. I mean, his image has far deteriorated from what it was 4 years ago. The market for change isn't as big as it was then. He needs more legitimacy. And if he has to have some sort of symbolic running mate, the way Admiral Stockdale was in 1992, I think it will doom his chances of making even a showing in this election.
Tipper Gore is coming up before these delegates tonight. Indiana Governor Evan Bayh, the keynote speaker, and former Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis on the left and George McGovern on the right.
Two former Democratic nominees, neither one did very well. Lost a lot of states.
Well, there's a lot coming out of this United Center tonight, and CNN will be here to bring it all to you. We'll be back in just a moment.
CNN's Election 96 convention coverage is brought to you by the very friendly New Plymouth Neon Espresso Coupe and by Pfizer. We're part of the cure.
Plymouth Neon Coupe with a zippy 2-liter 16-valve engine. Ride-tuned suspension. A 5-speed tranny, and 132 wild ponies. It's a pretty hot little number. Plymouth Neon Coupe, just
$93.90. In his college days, cardiologist George Lustig loved to compete. But for many years, high blood pressure held him back. Now, thanks to healthy living and medicine developed by Pfizer Research, he's back in the race. And the 2 gold medals he won in the U.S. Masters Nationals prove hypertension isn't all he's beating. Pfizer, we're part of the cure.
Whose tires offer great handling and traction, plus precision cornering. Cooper, precisely. Now introducing the Cobra, performance that's striking.
I thought in some place small like this, there might just be a chance, you know?
This summer, experience something truly remarkable.
She went to prison for manslaughter.
If you condemn that girl, I'll quit you for good.
Castle Rock Entertainment invites you to the most unexpected movie experience of the year.
That first night when you come into town, I had this feeling that something really good was going to happen.
The Spitfire Grill, rated PG-13, now in select cities. Sneak preview Saturday and Sunday nationwide.
Finding a low-price tire isn't that hard, but when price and quality get in step, then you're dancing to our tune. Cooper, your next set of tires.
Whenever you see these Democrats in convention, you ask yourself several questions. One of them, what's a Democratic convention without Mario Cuomo, right? Well, what's a Democratic convention without... Let's go down to the New York delegation, and Bob Franken has that guest.
Well, this is almost like Jeopardy. The question would be, who is Bella Abzug? Who is here. The question, Bernie said, is what's a Democratic convention without Bella Abzug, who, of course, is a member of the National Committee, and somebody who sort of pioneered the woman in politics movement, if I can say that. And now we come to Hillary Rodham Clinton, who's still fighting the same fight, I think you would agree. What does she have to do with her speech tonight?
Well, I think she has to share her heart, and she does that. I think she has to share her thoughts, and she does that, about the family in America, as well as women and children, and the importance of providing an atmosphere which is a healthy environment in which to raise children and families, an atmosphere which is progressive in terms of looking for change, and not punishing people because they're old or sick or poor or outside of power.
Does she also have to come off looking better than Liddy Dole?
Liddy Dole, all Liddy Dole was doing Oprah Winfrey wife number. In other words, she went around extolling her husband. The thing that is great about the First Lady is that she's given a new meaning and a new definition to being First Lady. She speaks kindly and importantly and lovingly of her husband as he does for her, but she also is a woman in her own right. She talks about the needs that women in Chicago, Washington, and all over the world need. She attends conferences where she makes passionate, emotional, and committed speeches about U.S. Constitutional feelings and rights of women, as she did in Beijing, as she did in Copenhagen on the Conference on Social Disintegration and Women's Poverty. She is a person who vibrates in her own right, and I think that's very inspiring. Not since Eleanor Roosevelt have we had a First Lady like that.
Well, let me ask this. Given your role, we now have a matchup in the upcoming election of two professional women. How does that make you feel?
It's okay, but one professional woman really uses her role in the same old-fashioned way just to support her husband, rather than to, in addition to supporting her husband, I mean, it's important to support your husband, coming out and giving leadership and a sense of pride and a sense of possibility of accomplishment to women and children and others in this country.
Well, Bernie, as you said, what would a Democratic convention be without Bella Abzug? Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Nice talking to you.
Back to the booth.
Well, our thanks to both of you. And were I a Time magazine editor, you know, in the little box where they show quotes, I would say Bella Abzug on First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton, quote, she is a person who vibrates in her own right. We'll be right back with more coverage from the United Center here in Chicago.
Tonight from Chicago, I'll have the last word with the Reverend Jesse Jackson at the Democratic National Convention, midnight tonight.
In 1980, CNN revolutionized the way the world watches news.
I dedicate the news channel for America, the cable news network.
Now we'll do the same for business. Introducing CNN FM, the financial network, bringing to business and consumer reporting what CNN brought to worldwide news gathering, unmatched live coverage and unparalleled integrity. CNN FM, business journalism with the style of reporting unlike any other financial program or channel. Fast-paced, news-driven, interactive, and very personal. Backed by 3,000 professionals worldwide, CNN FM brings together today's most experienced business anchors, reporters, and analysts. Setting CNN FM apart from the competition is the scope of its coverage. The whole world of business, from management issues to Washington politics, from personal finance to technology. CNN FM promises to be different, with programming that not only reports business news, but breaks business news. And when the closing bell strikes on Wall Street, CNN FM will bring viewers the most comprehensive coverage of the markets that goes beyond the numbers. CNN FM coverage doesn't end with the business day. Around the clock, CNN FM covers world markets and financial news on its interactive site on the World Wide Web. Here, users can access quotation services, research on managing their business investments, even calculate mortgage costs. CNN FM, continuing the Turner Broadcasting tradition of bringing innovation and excellence to television, with a financial network designed for how business is done today. CNN FM. It is most definitely not your usual business channel. It's business unusual. Ask your cable or satellite company about CNN FM, the new financial network from CNN.
This is CNN.
CNN's Election 96 Presents is brought to you by Merrill Lynch. For our clients, the difference is planning. The difference is Merrill Lynch. And by Chrysler and the all-new Chrysler Town & Country minivan, the ultimate.
If everyone's ready, I'd like to get started. The all-new Chrysler Town & Country LXi has...
Excuse me, how would you compare the leather-trimmed seats to Lexus?
Well, both have power and memory, but in terms of minivans...
These dual climate zones. Now, isn't Mercedes offering these?
Yes, on most models. However,
I like that it handles more like a touring sedan. Excuse me, but isn't anyone going to compare it to another minivan? Anyone?
In Asia, in Europe, the Americas, and throughout the world, the same set of principles guides all our actions. And while we have as clients more countries, companies, and individuals, we don't judge ourselves by this fact alone, but how we live up to our principles. We think that makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
で、お子さんたち新しいコンピューター気に入ったの？
それがまだ立ち上げてないんだ。何しろ僕は不器用なもんでね。
うちじゃアプティバがみんなに大人気。IBM のホームコンピューター、CD ラムがついてて、トップトップいっぱいあるし、箱から出してすぐ使えるようになってるんですよ。
単にでもセットアップできるってわけ？
腕はいらないのよ。
With LCI Extend Your Reach, you'll get an international service that's simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Semplice, onesti e non tanto cari.
간편하고 공정하고 싸요.
You can call virtually any country from your home for the same flat rate, 24 hours a day, and we do not round up to the nearest minute. LCI International translates in any language.
簡單又公平，唔貴。
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
CNN coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Live from Chicago, here are Bernard Shaw, Judy Woodruff, Bill Snyder, and Ken Bodie.
It's been quite a first few hours here in Chicago. They've had speeches from Jesse Jackson and Mario Cuomo. And Judy?
And now this woman, Aretha Franklin, is going to open up the big hour tonight. And everybody here is going to listen to this powerful, powerful voice.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes
This is not the first time these Democrats in this hall tonight have cheered. They cheered the speeches of former New York Governor Mario Cuomo and the Reverend Jesse Jackson, and now they're waiting for Tipper Gore, Mrs. Clinton, and Indiana Governor Evan Bayh with a keynote address.
That's right. We just caught a glimpse, Bernie, of Chelsea Clinton, who's, of course, the daughter of President and Mrs. Clinton. The broad theme tonight is families and children. They want to make the focus here not so much on traditional politics. We talked about this a little bit last night, but they want this Democratic Party to look compassionate, like it cares about families and cares about children, and that is indeed what Hillary Clinton is going to be talking about.
Wolf Blitzer is at the podium.
At the podium, Bernie, with a very, very special guest, Aretha Franklin, who just electrified this crowd here. How does it feel to sing the national anthem at this Democratic convention?
Wonderful. I'm highly honored to have been asked again, and it's such a pleasure just to be here with the Democrats.
Was this different than other times that you've sung the national anthem?
I don't think so, no. It's just always exciting, always a pleasure.
Aretha Franklin, thank you so much for spending some time. Back to the booth.
Okay, and we'll bring you right back to Chicago. We'll hear from Ken Bodie and Bill Schneider, and more of our live coverage in just a moment.
The world of science is all to do with imagination, because you can disappear into this world of the mind. Research, just the most exciting thing you can do, because every day, there's something new. I love it. And I'm so privileged to be able still to do it. A pharmaceutical company produces a huge quantity of resources, and therefore all of us are sharing the knowledge which the different companies, in fact, are generating. The fact that we've been successful and lives have been saved is due to the work of so many, many people who have made their contributions.
Can't believe he broke it at the company picnic.
Incredible. Our employee health plan covers him, right?
Not deductibles or co-payments.
So he has to lay out his own money.
Your health plan can work better with Aflac. Supplemental insurance from Aflac helps cover the unexpected costs of recovery so you can give your employees the protection they need and deserve.
Any ideas?
Yeah, Aflac.
Aflac, insuring over 40 million people worldwide.
Why is America going to work with us?
Olston Staffing Services always has exactly the person I need. Their office temporaries are trained on the latest software. Their data entry people step right in a crunch. Their paralegals, engineers, and accountants are thoroughly professional. And they have over 700 offices worldwide. Olston finds good people wherever they are.
Call today. Olston Staffing Services. America is going to work with us.
Thank you, please, thank you.
Tipper Gore, a favorite of these Democrats.
The wife of the vice president.
Hello, everybody. It's great to see you. Great to see you. Mr. Chairman and delegates and fellow Democrats and fellow Americans, tonight I would like to talk with you about a civil society, the kind of society that I want my 4 children to live in, the kind of society that you and I are working to build. A civil society is built by the smallest, simplest gestures, things that we do every day without thinking twice about them. 76 years ago, Mrs. Byrne from the East Tennessee did such a thing. Women's suffrage had come down to 1 vote, and her son, Harry, a 24-year-old Tennessee state representative, was expected to vote no. But then, Mrs. Byrne wrote a letter. It said, "Be a good boy, Harry, and do the right thing." Yes. He switched from no to yes. And that's how the 19th Amendment was ratified, to give women the right to vote.
Byrne and all Americans who teach their children to do the right thing, thank you. You are the cornerstones of a civil society, the pillars of strong communities, the models of personal responsibility, and the bridge builders to a brighter future. You will find no better champions than President Clinton and my husband, Al Gore. They are working every day to give you better tools to raise your children and create a more civil society. As you know, I began a difficult fight long before it became fashionable to give parents the tools to protect their children from violence and obscenity and the degradation of women. We won voluntary labeling of records and CDs, and today, parents have a more powerful tool to ensure that their values will not be undermined. Then the battle was music. But now, thanks to President Clinton and to Vice President Gore, parents will have even more powerful tools. The V-chip that gives the TV controls back to families. Voluntary ratings. And 3 hours of children's educational programming a week on the networks. That's one way in which President Clinton and Vice President Gore are shifting the balance of power back to America's families. And here's another way that this administration considers the impact of the policy decisions on the American family. For too long, diseases of the brain have had second-class status, but President Clinton has fought alongside compassionate members of Congress for equal insurance coverage for mental health. And to change he's worked to change the lives and the outlook of families living with mental illness. I'm proud to be a Democrat because our party fights not just for families, but also for children. Parents and children need strong communities, strong congregations, strong schools, and strong neighborhoods. And I'm proud to be a Democrat because our party has always sought to create a civil society, not only in the policies that we promote, but in the politics that we practice. I really believe, as I know that you believe, that it is our responsibility to America's voters to eliminate viciousness from our political discourse, to choose language that unites rather than divides, to disagree with decency and dignity, and to keep our sense of humor. Civil discourse advances the Democratic Party's vision of a society that embodies Mrs. Byrne's simple advice to do the right thing. So let us pledge tonight that we will continue building a future that is more caring, more humane, more civil, more tolerant, and more virtuous for America's parents, for America's families, and for the American community. And now it is my honor and privilege to introduce a woman who has devoted her life to building a more civil society for all of America's families. A woman who has had the courage to blaze new trails, who has the gift of a great mind and the blessing of a compassionate heart. A woman who is a strong and unwavering voice for those who haven't yet found their voices, our children. And a woman who always maintains her grace, dignity, and humor, even while being subjected to the most unimaginable incivility. am proud to call a dear and loyal friend, a woman parents and children are proud to call their champion, and a woman America is proud to call our First Lady, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
This is an important moment for Hillary Rodham Clinton. The first time she has made, I'm told, a prime-time speech on national television. She is going to be compared to Elizabeth Dole, who took a prominent role at the Republican convention 2 weeks ago. She has been subjected, as Tipper Gore just said, to a great deal of criticism over the last 4 years.
She is a hero to this audience, to Democrats, but she is a very controversial figure in American politics. She has fervent admirers and equally fervent detractors. One of the most controversial first ladies in history, certainly the most controversial since Eleanor Roosevelt.
She's a very game person, and she's back home tonight from nearby Park Ridge, and she apparently is intent on delivering the best speech she's ever given.
These folks out here think that she has remodeled the role of First Lady, and maybe she has.
Bob Dole said at the Republican convention that the phrase Hillary Clinton used to make the title of her book, "It Takes a Village," was wrong. He said, no, it's wrong. It takes a family to raise a child. And Hillary Clinton, in her interview with me yesterday, said that's not right. It's the family plus the community.
And you know, Judy, there was a great sign out here on the floor which said, "It took a Kansas village to raise Bob Dole."
And what she is trying to do now, she's speaking aware that the crowd is cheering, but she's trying to silence them with a few words. We saw her daughter Chelsea there. You see, she's trying to silence this crowd so she can get on. They're very concerned about finishing in prime time with the keynote addresser, Indiana Governor Evan Bayh, but these Democrats want to cheer this woman loudly, and they're not having any part of it.
They want her to have her day, not just because of the comparison with Elizabeth Dole, but because of all the criticism and sometimes abuse that she's taken as First Lady. We heard Bella Abzug say a few minutes ago that about Elizabeth Dole that she was doing an old-fashioned role. She was going around extolling her husband. But Mrs. Clinton speaks in her own right. Well, that's one of the sources of criticism of the First Lady, that she seems to have her own political agenda separate from her husband's, whereas Mrs. Dole, who is equally accomplished professional woman who's been in 2 cabinet positions, Mrs. Dole does not seem to have her own political agenda, whereas this First Lady very definitely does, and that's what makes her controversial.
Which has already been so positive and good. I know, and you know, that Chicago is my kind of town. And Chicago is my kind of village. So many friends here, people who have been important to me all my life. And it seems like every single one of them has given me advice on this speech. One friend suggested that I appear here tonight with Binti, the child-saving gorilla from the Brookfield Zoo. You know, as this friend explained, Binti is a typical Chicagoan. Tough on the outside, but with a heart of gold underneath. friend advised me that I should cut my hair and color it orange and then change my name to Hillary Rodham Clinton. But after considering these and countless other suggestions, I decided to do tonight what I've been doing for more than 25 years. I want to talk about what matters most in our lives and in our nation, children and families. I wish we could be sitting around a kitchen table, just us, talking about our hopes and fears about our children's futures. For Bill and me, family has been the center of our lives, but we also know that our family, like your family, is part of a larger community that can help or hurt our best efforts to raise our child. Right now, in our biggest cities and our smallest towns, there are boys and girls being tucked gently into bed. And there are boys and girls who have no one to call mom or dad and no place to call home. Right now, there are mothers and fathers just finishing a long day's work, and there are mothers and fathers just going to work, some to their second or third jobs of the day. Right now, there are parents worrying, what if the babysitter is sick tomorrow, or how can we pay for college this fall? And right now, there are parents despairing about gang members and drug pushers on the corners in their neighborhoods. Right now, there are parents questioning a popular culture that glamorizes sex and violence, smoking and drinking, and teaches children that the logos on their clothes are more valued than the generosity in their hearts. But also, right now, there are dedicated teachers preparing their lessons for the new school year. There are volunteers tutoring and coaching children. There are doctors and nurses caring for sick children, police officers working to help kids stay out of trouble and off drugs. Of course, parents first and foremost are responsible for their children, but we are all responsible for ensuring that children are raised in a nation that doesn't just talk about family values, but acts in ways that values families. Just think, as Christopher Reeve so eloquently reminded us last night, we are all part of one family, the American family, and each one of us has value. Each child who comes into this world should feel special, every boy and every girl. Our daughter, Chelsea, will graduate from college in 2001 at the dawn of the next century. Though that's not so far away, it is hard for any of us to know what the world will look like then, much less when Chelsea is my age in the year 2028. But one thing we know for sure is that change is certain. Progress is not. Progress depends on the choices we make today for tomorrow, and on whether we meet our challenges and protect our values. We can start by doing more to support parents and the job they have to do. Issues affecting children and families are some of the hardest we face as parents, as citizens, as a nation. In October, Bill and I will celebrate our 21st wedding anniversary. And Bill was with me when Chelsea was born, in the delivery room, in my hospital room, and when we brought our baby daughter home. Not only did I have lots of help, I was able to stay in the hospital as long as my doctor thought I needed to be there. But today, too many new mothers are asked to get up and get out after 24 hours. And that is just not enough time for many new mothers and babies. That's why the President is right to support a bill that would prohibit the practice of forcing mothers and babies to leave the hospital in less than 48 hours. More hospitals ought to install 24-hour hotlines to answer questions once new mothers and fathers get home. That's why home nurses can make such a difference to parents who may not have grandparents or aunts and uncles around to help. We have to do whatever it takes to help parents meet their responsibilities at home and at work. The very first piece of legislation that my husband signed into law had been vetoed twice, the Family and Medical Leave Law. That law allows parents time off for the birth or adoption of a child or for family emergencies without fear of losing their jobs. Already, it has helped 12 million families, and it hasn't hurt the economy one bit. You know, Bill and I are fortunate that our jobs have allowed us to take breaks from work, not only when Chelsea was born, but to attend her school events and take her to the doctor. But millions of other parents can't get time off. That's why my husband wants to expand the Family and Medical Leave Law so that parents can take time off for children's doctor's appointments and parent-teacher conferences at school. Know that raising kids is a full-time job. And since most parents work, we are stretched thin. Just think about what many parents are responsible for on any given day. Packing lunches, dropping the kids off at school, going to work, checking to make sure that the kids get home from school safely, shopping for groceries, making dinner, doing the laundry, helping with homework, paying the bills, and I didn't even mention taking the dog to the vet. That's why my husband wants to pass a flex time law that will give parents the option to take overtime pay, either in extra income or in extra time off, depending upon which is ever best for your family. Our family has been lucky to have been blessed with a child with good health. Chelsea has spent only one night in the hospital after she had her tonsils out, but Bill and I couldn't sleep at all that night. But our experience was nothing like the emotional strain on parents when their children are seriously ill. They often worry about where they will get the money to pay the medical bills. That is why my husband has always felt that all American families should have affordable health insurance. Just last week, the President signed a bill sponsored by Senators Kennedy and Kassebaum, a Democrat and a Republican, that will enable 25 million Americans to keep their health insurance even when they switch jobs or lose a job or have a family member who's been sick. This bill contains some of the key provisions from the President's proposal for health care reform. It was an important step, achieved only after both parties agreed to build, not block, progress on making health care available to all Americans. Now the country must take the next step of helping unemployed Americans and their children keep health insurance for 6 months after losing their jobs. If you lose your job, it's bad enough. But your daughter shouldn't have to lose her doctor, too. And our nation still must find a way to offer affordable health care coverage to the working poor and the 10 million children who lack health insurance today. Hasn't forgotten that there are thousands of children languishing in foster care who can't be returned home. That's why he signed legislation last week that provides for a $5,000 tax credit for parents who adopt a child. It also abolishes the barriers to cross-racial adoptions. Never again will a racial barrier stand in the way of a family's love. My husband also understands that parents are their child's first teachers. Not only do we need to read to our children and talk to them in ways that encourage learning, we must support our teachers and our schools in deeds as well as words. The President announced today an important initiative called America Reads. This initiative is aimed at making sure all children can read well by the 3rd grade. It will require volunteers, but I know there are thousands and thousands of Americans who will volunteer to help every child read well. For Bill and me, there has been no experience more challenging, more rewarding, and more humbling than raising our daughter. And we have learned that to raise a happy, healthy, and hopeful child, it takes a family. It takes teachers. It takes clergy. It takes business people. It takes community leaders. It takes those who protect our health and safety. It takes all of us. Yes, it takes a village. And it takes a president. It takes a president who believes not only in the potential of his own child, but of all children, who believes not only in the strength of his own family, but of the American family, who believes not only in the promise of each of us as individuals, but in our promise together as a nation. It takes a president who not only holds these beliefs, but acts on them. It takes Bill Clinton. Chelsea doing her homework, or watching TV, or talking to a friend on the phone, I think to myself, her life and the lives of millions of boys and girls will be better because of what all of us are doing together. They will face fewer obstacles and more possibilities. That is something we should all be proud of. And that is what this election is all about. Thank you very much.
The political challenges facing the two presidential candidates in this 1996 presidential campaign clearly defined by the candidates' wives. First, in San Diego, Elizabeth Dole, who, coming to her husband's rescue, wanted to further talk about him so that people would come to know him better. Tonight in the United Center, Hillary Rodham Clinton talking not about her husband personally, but about his achievements, what he believes in, what he would like to do in the next term if he can get it.
That's right, Bernie. The contrast here is Elizabeth Dole talking about Bob Dole. What the Democrats wanted to do tonight was have Hillary Clinton talk about children and family and to explain once again what she meant by that title she gave her book, It Takes a Village. And you heard her cite example after example, whether it's parental, family, and medical leave, whether it is help for school children, whether it's literacy, whether it's health care, any way they can think of to reach out to the American family to give them assistance as they raise children. That's what this speech was all about.
Judy, I thought that one of the most important things she did tonight was to remind the American voters, the listeners, that she and Bill Clinton are sharing the very basic experience of raising a child with all those people out there who find that to be a very challenging thing to do in this country at this particular time.
Well, she did something very different from what Elizabeth Dole did. This speech was a policy agenda. She laid out a policy agenda. Look what she talked about. A bill prohibiting medical organizations from getting mothers out of hospitals too quickly, family and medical leave law, flex time, additional time off, tax credits for adoptions, health insurance. She even tread on a very controversial subject, reminding people of her role as the chairperson of that health care task force. This was a policy agenda, and I think it's fair to say a liberal policy agenda.
Bill, if you look at almost all the things on that agenda, they were almost all related to health care.
All related to health care. Elizabeth Dole didn't talk about an agenda. There was nothing ideological in her speech. Her critics, I would suppose, would say what the president is doing to support her agenda seemed to be, in many ways, the theme of her remarks.
She said to raise a child, it takes a family, teachers, clergy, business people, community leaders, people who protect our health and safety. She said it takes all of us. It takes a village. We'll be back with more live coverage of the Democratic Convention in a moment.
It took sparks of imagination, technology, and engineering to build the car that would best the Honda Accord. The result? Chrysler Cirrus. With a higher resale value, more standard features like air and ABS, and more passenger and cargo space. When you set a new standard, you expect a reaction. At price thousands less than a comparably equipped Accord, Chrysler Cirrus is sure to get one.
Today, our country enters the 21st century with a privatization.
Around the world today, industries once owned by governments are increasingly owned by investors.
That privatization leads to...
And by advising governments in privatizations, Merrill Lynch is helping lead the way.
Better life for our people.
Further evidence that for all our clients, the quality of our advice makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
With LCI Extend Your Reach, you'll get an international service that's simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Semplice, onesti e non tanto cari.
간편하고 공정하고 싸요.
You can call virtually any country from your home for the same flat rate, 24 hours a day, and we do not round up to the nearest minute. LCI International translates in any language.
簡單又公平，唔貴。
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Research, just the most exciting thing you can do. I love it, and I'm so privileged to be able still to do it. A pharmaceutical company produces a huge quantity of resources. The fact that we've been successful is due to the work of so many, many people who've made their contributions.
How do we do that? How do we bring space? How do we bring something as object-oriented as furniture into the strategic thinking of how we leverage organizational behavior? Can we use space as a tool to get after the dimensions of group interaction that, in fact, in many cases don't come very naturally to Western people? How do we inculcate that in the way an organization behaves? And what's the role that space has to play as a tool to leverage this kind of logical evolution of self? Leverage people's ability to get after some of those results.
Still buzzing in this hall behind me, the delegates. Candy Crowley is in Arkansas.
Bernie, I'm in Arkansas with Julia Mobley, who is the vice chairman of the Arkansas delegation. I think it's fairly safe to say no one gave Hillary Clinton a better reception than this delegation. I think I know the answer, but what did you think of the speech?
Speech was wonderful. She's an articulate, beautiful, smart woman. Absolutely an Arkansan at heart and Chicago born. We are proud of Hillary Clinton.
I wouldn't have expected anything different from you, but tell me why you think that is not what a lot of people think, why she's been so controversial.
Hillary is a very smart woman, and she's very positive, and she has strong beliefs. And I believe a lot of people don't know how to handle that.
Do you think that we will see a different Hillary Clinton in the second term, if there is one? Do you see her coming out? I mean, I know you watched her a lot when she was the First Lady of Arkansas.
Hillary always has issues at heart, and I believe that she will see her speak more on family issues, on family values, and be a strong helpmate for her husband.
Do you think it was a mistake early on to put her so out in front in healthcare, that sort of thing?
It probably was a decision that probably wasn't very wise for her as a person. She did wonderful work. She did a wonderful job for healthcare, but America was not quite ready for a strong First Lady as she was.
Thanks very much, Julia Mobley from the Arkansas delegation. Gene Randall, I understand you're with the California delegation.
I am with Senators Dianne Feinstein and Barbara Boxer of California, both of them having listened to Hillary Clinton's speech. Senator Feinstein, it was an enormous reaction to the First Lady's speech, but this is a very partisan crowd here. What do you think is the proper role for the First Lady in the upcoming campaign?
Well, I think what you saw here tonight, first of all, was the very personal side of Hillary Clinton. And it's warm, and it's loving, and it's family-oriented. What you also have in Hillary Clinton is a very well-disciplined, very bright, smart woman who cares very much about the United States of America. I think what the appropriate role for her is to campaign for her husband, much as Elizabeth Dole will do for her husband. And Hillary does this superbly.
Senator Boxer, as you know, 4 years ago, when Bill Clinton was a candidate, he said to voters, in effect, if you vote for me, you get two. Obviously a reference to his wife. Is that an appropriate approach to use this year, given the controversy which has surrounded the First Lady?
Well, let me tell you, I think in this modern age, clearly, when you elect a president, you really get a whole first family. And I think if Bob Dole were to be the president, you'd see Elizabeth Dole take a very active role. So I think we're past that. I think clearly first ladies, or someday first men, I don't know when that will happen, are part of the team. And so I think those days are over. And I think Hillary Clinton showed tonight in her speech, I agree with Senator Feinstein, that wonderful, warm side, but also the policy side. She cares about children.
But would you expect to see a lower profile Hillary Rodham Clinton in a second administration?
Well, I don't think you're going to see her change because Hillary is who she is. And I think one of the reasons this crowd erupted, and I predicted that it would do that, is because this woman has been beaten up on so badly. And we were just saying to her, Hillary, you have courage, you have strength, you have dignity. And even in the Republican convention, you know, the moment they had all the cameras on them, they beat up on Hillary, even the Republican presidential nominee. But here's a woman who tonight was positive all the way. Her voice was there for children. And I think she'll just be Hillary, and that will be fine.
Senator Boxer, Senator Feinstein, thanks very much.
Thank you.
And we'll go to my colleague, Jean Meserve, in the state of Washington. Jean?
Jean, thank you. You probably don't realize that there are 6 chapters of the Hillary Clinton fan club in Washington. The chair of the Seattle chapter is with me, Marie Cook. Marie, there was a lot of talk that it would be hard to top Elizabeth Dole's performance at the Republican convention. Do you think that Hillary Clinton matched her?
Absolutely. To begin with, Hillary Clinton talked from her heart. I know that's what Ms. Dole said she did, but I don't think so because she wasn't listening to her conscience. Because there's no woman, I don't think any woman could say the things negative as they did about Hillary, knowing she is a fantastic woman.
Why are you such a Hillary fan?
Well, because I think to begin with, she's someone that has come up in the ranks. She's a self-propelled woman. I listened last night to her friends from grade school, and that someone that has kept her friends all her life, and my friends I cherish. And if she can keep her friends all of her life as she has from the 4th grade, then she is a wonderful person.
Thank you, Marie Cook. And now to Bob Franken in Minnesota.
In Minnesota with somebody who is a delegate, but she is, what, 1 year older than Chelsea, I believe.
Yeah, I'm 17 right now.
About to be 18, I understand.
Yes, on this Saturday.
Ida Rukavina is the youngest female delegate at the Democratic National Convention. You must have watched with great pleasure this speech tonight.
Oh, yes, and I also got to hear her speak yesterday when I introduced her at the Women's Caucus, and that was even better because I was right up close, but it was great to hear her speak.
As somebody who is about her daughter's age, what does the speech mean to you?
Well, I know that she cares about people our age and young people, and, you know, cares that we have an opinion and that we go out and vote too. And Bill Clinton and her both feel that, and I'm glad that they're supporting young people like us.
Do you plan a career in politics?
Yeah, I do. I've had for a while. I've been involved with my dad's campaign, and so I've always wanted to be like, you know, on the state level too and stuff. I think it would be fun.
So does Hillary Rodham Clinton a role model for you?
Yeah, I think she's a really wonderful lady, how she's involved and how she voices her own opinions and stuff. And she's she's perfect. I like her a lot.
Ida Rukavina, thank you very much. Let's go back to the booth.
Bernie, we might point out that Mrs. Clinton's speech was supposed to originally take place at the end of this evening. It was moved up earlier, and we can only surmise that was to make sure that it all occurred in that key primetime television hour.
And there are only about 12 minutes left in prime time. Indiana Governor Evan Bayh is scheduled to be the keynote speaker in this hall. When we come back, we'll stand by to bring his remarks to you live as CNN's coverage continues. Throughout this week, the Democrats convening in Chicago.
The new Chrysler Sebring was built upon something called the Goldilocks principle.
It occurred to us that while most luxury cars were too big, most sport coupes were too small. We wanted the Sebring to be, well, just right.
It not only has a sporty 24-valve engine and a race-inspired suspension, but it also gives you the luxury of an actual back seat.
Which means there's enough room for Goldilocks and 3 or 4 of her friends.
Anxiety? Anxiety's getting my waist back after having twins. Not getting rid of a few gray hairs. With Clairol's loving care, there's no risk. It's as gentle as shampoo. There's no ammonia, no peroxide. You get your own beautiful color back, minus the gray. 6 kids, 2 dogs, 3 agents. That'll rattle your nerves. Loving care? It's just a little box of hair color. Loving care from Clairol. You have nothing to lose but the gray. And for longer-lasting gray coverage, try Lasting Color by Loving.
Cameras and microphones surrounding the First Lady.
Support of the larger community.
But there was a political question here, too, wasn't there? Senator Dole had directly seemed to criticize you.
Well, anyone who has criticized my book or the concept of It Takes a Village, I hope will read the book now, because I think that it contains a lot of what I believe most Americans in their heart believe about what we should do to help support families and children.
Did you offended when he made the reference he did in his speech, personally?
No, I didn't see it. I heard about it, of course, but I just hope that perhaps he'd gotten some wrong information, and I'd be happy to send him a copy of the book.
Are you going to? You're under a lot of pressure tonight in any way?
Well, I certainly was apprehensive, never having spoken to this kind of crowd and on national television before, but as soon as I got up on the podium, I didn't feel nervous.
Are you going to go out on the campaign trail now and actively take this message that it takes a village?
I am, Wolf. You know, I have been talking about that in one way or another for more than 25 years, and since my book came out, I have spoken in many different settings, given lots of interviews. It's a part of not only what I believe, but what the president is trying to do for the country.
And when you go out on the campaign trail and the criticisms, the personal accusations against you are known, what goes through your mind when you hear some of these bitter attacks against you?
Well, it takes a village to spin conspiracy theories. I mean, there are so many of them. They come from all direction. I view it as partisan, politically motivated, and I really don't spend a lot of time worrying about it.
Why do you think Senator Dole did it? Why do you think Senator Dole seemed to attack your approach by making a point of that?
I don't know.
Hillary Rodham Clinton talking with reporters on the podium after her speech. She was quoted today as saying that the Republicans have tried to throw the kitchen sink at her, and she saw it flying by a little bit earlier. When we come back, the keynote speaker, Indiana Governor Evan Bayh.
Have the last word with the Reverend Jesse Jackson at the Democratic National Convention, midnight tonight.
In 1980, CNN revolutionized the way the world watches news.
I dedicate the news channel for America, the cable news network.
Now we'll do the same for business. Introducing CNN FM, the financial network. bringing to business and consumer reporting what CNN brought to worldwide news gathering: unmatched live coverage and unparalleled integrity. CNN-FN, business journalism with the style of reporting unlike any other financial program or channel. Fast-paced, news-driven, interactive, and very personal. Backed by 3,000 professionals worldwide, CNN-FN brings together today's most experienced business anchors, reporters, and analysts. Setting CNN-FN apart from the competition is the scope of its coverage. The whole world of business, from management issues to Washington politics, from personal finance to technology. CNN-FN promises to be different, with programming that not only reports business news, but breaks business news. And when the closing bell strikes on Wall Street, CNN-FN will bring viewers the most comprehensive coverage of the markets that goes beyond the numbers. CNN-FN coverage doesn't end with the business day. Around the clock, CNN-FN covers world markets and financial news on its interactive site on the World Wide Web. Here, users can access quotation services, research on managing their business investments, even calculate mortgage costs. CNN-FN, continuing the Turner Broadcasting tradition of bringing innovation and excellence to television, with a financial network designed for how business is done today. CNN-FN. It is most definitely not your usual business channel. It's business unusual. Ask your cable or satellite company about CNN-FN, the new financial network from CNN.
This is CNN.
What's the behavioral contribution of people to an organization's revenue stream? And how do all of the capital tools, including space, technology, furniture, play into leveraging people's behavior towards the next generation of what the organization is trying to be? Because that's where organizational health is found, in the revenue side of the organization, not just in the cost side, though both are appropriate in their own balance. The key ingredient in all of this, knowledge, understanding what it is that's really appropriate to do with space, the service tools.
The popularity of Cooper tires may surprise you, but it certainly doesn't surprise our dealers. Cooper, your next set of tires.
What did they know, and when did they know it? They read it in National Journal, Government Executive, Congress Daily, or Hotline. Monthly, weekly, daily, the publications of National Journal, the inside source for Washington insiders.
CNN coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Live from Chicago, here are Bernard Shaw, Judy Woodruff, Bill Snyder, and Ken Bodie.
In this age of intensely scripted political conventions, the organizers of this Democratic convention tonight showed very keen television savvy by flip-flopping the list of speakers, making certain that the First Lady was in prime time, because prime time runs out in exactly 2 minutes, and the keynote speaker has yet to speak.
And it's very curious, we mentioned this just before the break, Bernie, that earlier Evan Bayh, the keynoter, was going to come first. Mrs. Clinton was going to close out the night, but it seems very clear to me that the Democrats wanted to make sure that Mrs. Clinton got her remarks in during the primetime hour.
Yeah, it was clear that she was the person they wanted to showcase this evening, principally because she was attacked by the Republicans at their convention, and they wanted her to have her say. And she, of course, is a figure who elicits enormous interest as well as controversy.
Well, let's talk about Evan Bayh for a second. Okay. He's the nation's youngest governor. He's 40 years old, father of 2 brand new sons. He is a Democrat who wins in the most conservative state in the industrial Midwest. In fact, when Bush and Quayle had their landslide victory in 1984, Indiana voters crossed over and voted for him by 62%.
You live in Indiana. Why is that?
Well, he is doing what Bill Clinton says he wants to do. He's very much a fiscal conservative. He's never raised taxes at all. He's cut the welfare rolls of Indiana more than any governor in the country. It's not John Engler or Tommy Thompson or anybody else. It's Evan Bayh, a Democrat, who's cut the welfare rolls the most. He's sitting on a $1.6 billion state surplus at the present time. And I think they like him and his wife both.
And he's thinking about running for the U.S. Senate. The money that you talked about his having raised, it's very clear. Most people think that he's going to challenge Senator Dan Coats, the Republican,
yeah, because he has a
in
two-term
Indiana.
limit. But you would call him a younger version of Bill Clinton in many ways.
Yeah.
He has some of the same philosophy. And he also passed the biggest tax cut in any state's history. Take that, Bob Dole.
And here he is.
Thank you very much. This is a proud night for my family, but most of all, it's a proud night for the state of Indiana. I come from here in the heartland, a place where values run deep and love of family and country is strong. A place where the most important title a man can have isn't governor, but husband, father, son. My parents didn't start with much, but they believed in the promise of America, that this country would offer opportunity, and that with hard work, we could leave our children an even better life. My father joined the Army, and America sent him to college. Indiana sent him to the Senate. He is here tonight, and I want to tell you, Dad, how proud I am and grateful for the love and guidance you've given me. My mother was raised in the Dust Bowl's Depression. She knew the meaning of work and the full measure of love. I miss her. Mom died of breast cancer when she was 46. I'll never forget the last time we spoke. I sat at her bedside and held her hand in mine. We talked of the future, not of the past, of faith and responsibility and love, the cords that tie one generation to the next. We talked of the girl I would marry, she would never meet, of the grandchildren she longed for but would never hold. Well, 9 months ago, my wife Susan gave birth to those grandchildren, twin baby boys, Bo and Nick. And when we tiptoe into our children's room at night and look down at them sleeping there, we know that all of our hopes and fears for tomorrow lay quietly before us. Tonight, I stand between my father and my sons. The dreams our parents had for us are the dreams Susan and I share for our boys. The times are vastly different now. The challenges we face are new, but the values that must guide us are the same. They're the values that President Clinton has worked to restore to meet the challenges of our time. Opportunity for all Americans, responsibility from all Americans, and a renewed sense of community among all Americans. After 12 years of skyrocketing deficits and quadrupling debt, President Clinton is meeting the challenge of balancing our budget. He's brought the deficit down by 60% in just the last 4 years. He and Vice President Gore are cutting the federal workforce by 250,000 for the smallest federal government since President Kennedy. And when his opponents threatened our values with deep cuts in Medicare, Medicaid, education, and the environment, President Clinton said no, and our party stood with him. And when his opponents shut the government down, President Clinton said no again, and we stood with him again, and the American people won. Bill Clinton is balancing the budget while keeping our pledge to the elderly, the young, and our future, not because it is easy, but because it is right. And he's meeting our economic challenges. Since President Clinton took office, over 10 million new jobs have been created, 4 times the number during the previous 4 years. Over 1 million new jobs in construction and manufacturing alone. And for the first time since the 1970s, America leads the world in making cars, ahead of Japan. And President Clinton's protecting our traditional value of making hard work pay. He fought for an increase in the minimum wage, and 10 million Americans got a pay raise. He cut taxes for 15 million families who get up every morning and work hard all day long, only to get a paycheck on Friday that still leaves them in poverty. But now, anyone who works 40 hours a week in America will not live in poverty. But we must go beyond these historic gains, because our progress has yet to touch all Americans. In quiet corners across our country, families still struggle to pay the mortgage, save for college, make ends meet. To you, our neighbors, I say, the President's agenda for the future reaches these quiet corners. His agenda balances the budget to keep interest rates down and the economy strong. It protects against wholesale cuts for the elderly, the sick, the young, the environment, and the fight against crime and drugs. And it provides for tax cuts, not an election year gimmick, but targeted tax cuts aimed at families trying to care for and educate our kids. A $500 credit for every child, $1,500 to help pay for the first 2 years of college, a $10,000 deduction for education and training after high school. We create real opportunity with these tax cuts, and what's more, we can pay for them. Now that's something our opponents just can't say. They know their plan's too expensive. It will explode the deficit, raise interest rates, slow the economy, and still require deeper cuts in the things for which we care. Our president is committed to balancing the budget and giving families the tools they need to build their own lives. And that's what governing is all about. Getting priorities straight and holding to them. And that's just what we did in Indiana. First, we balanced the budget, and then we passed the largest tax cut in history with more funding for schools every year. I come from teachers. My great-great-grandfather, Christopher By, came to this Indiana with a yellow tag in his overalls that said, railroad. Because he couldn't speak any English, that's where he went to work. But his first grandson became a teacher, and he married a teacher, my grandmother. No one here tonight would have traveled half as far if it weren't for our teachers. They're the real American heroes. President Clinton is meeting the challenge of improving our schools, and he starts with the basics. The values and discipline that bring students to the classroom and bring them ready to learn. Tougher truancy laws, more drug prevention, school uniforms, higher standards so a diploma will mean something. In this election, no issue more clearly defines the differences between the two major parties and our nominees than education. On that issue alone, President Clinton and Democrats who share his vision deserve the support of the American people. And we're meeting the challenge of changing welfare while still protecting our values. President Clinton understands that welfare was intended to be temporary, make work possible. And across America, he's made that happen. Over the last 3.5 years, a long time before Congress acted, President Clinton gave Indiana and 40 other states the go-ahead to find our own solutions. Today in Indiana, we lead the nation in moving people off of welfare and into jobs. And let me tell you something, thanks to our president, we did it without orphanages or cutting health care or food. Today, more than 1 million fewer Americans are off welfare than 4 years ago. And child support collections are up 40%. We're helping families back on their feet and into jobs. But now with the passage of the new law, we must do more. We must ensure opportunity through jobs for all able-bodied adults and education for their children to break the cycle of poverty once and for all. More jobs, better education, welfare reform, these are improvements in the quality of life in America. But a shadow threatens to spread over this new opportunity: crime and violence. They prey upon our children and on our parents. Violence must be stopped. Violent criminals must be severely punished, and under President Clinton, they are. Thanks to him, dangerous repeat offenders will go to jail for life with no chance for parole. He's putting 100,000 more police on our streets, and that adds up. For each crime that's prevented, a victim is spared. The president's plan is working. More police, safer streets, a violent crime rate that has dropped each of the last 4 years. These are programs signed into law. Laws of opportunity, of responsibility, laws building stronger communities, the collective legacy of a presidency. But they cannot define an era. Only the heart can do that. And we must do more, much more, to heal our nation, to bridge the divide that still separates so many. That is the genius of our nation. That is our obligation as a party. I was only a young boy when Martin Luther King was shot. Violence raged in almost every major American city. That night in Indianapolis, against all advice, Robert Kennedy attended a rally in our inner city. He warned us not to allow division and hatred and violence to eclipse love and wisdom and compassion toward one another. He said, let us dedicate ourselves to that and say a prayer for our country and for our people. There was no violence in Indianapolis that night. On that very spot, 26 years later, President Clinton came to consecrate Robert Kennedy's courage and heart with a similar prayer. The memorial that remains is simple: two hands reaching toward one another, fashioned from melted down guns. President Clinton reaches back to that compassionate message of that fateful night, a message he will carry forward into this campaign and into his new term, a message that we and our children must carry with us into the next century. In the America that Bill Clinton and our party seek, every American who shares our values must have a place. We must move forward together. "50 years from now, few will recall who addressed this convention tonight. But our children will know whether we met the critical challenges of our time. What will they say of us? Let them say, as with our parents, that our generation has delivered on our promises to our children. Let them say that the traditional values, opportunity, responsibility, and faith held us tight, one generation to the next, one American to another. Let them say that their America reached new heights of possibility and decency, so we can tell our children, and I can tell my sons, that here tonight before the nation, we promised you so, we kept faith. And 10 weeks from tonight, let us elect those who share our values. Let us elect the men who are leading the challenges for our country: Bill Clinton and Al Gore, President and Vice President of the United States of America. Forty-year-old Evan Bayh, the governor of Indiana, his wife Susan, and their twin sons born last November. Evan Bayh, the keynoter at this Democratic convention. We might add that the keynoter at the Republican convention, Congresswoman Susan Molinari of New York, had a three-month-old daughter, who she mentioned in her remarks. Governor Bayh tonight mentioned his sons. He had the son of himself, of former U.S. Senator Birch Bayh.
The governor sounded like a keynoter who was dreadfully relieved not to have to rush through his speech to make way for the First Lady. The Democrats flipped the speaking order, and so Evan Bayh spoke with utmost ease tonight.
That's standing up there on the stage with him, of course, is his former Senator Birch Bayh, his wife, Kitty, and their son, standing next to Birch Bayh.
You know, if this night is, this day of the convention, the afternoon, evening, remembered for anything, I think it's two things, really. One is Jesse Jackson and Mario Cuomo early in the evening, who were making the liberal case for the re-election for Bill Clinton. Earlier this evening, I spoke to a cabinet member, Donna Shalala, who said when she spoke to liberal, and even she called them radical groups who differed with Clinton on welfare reform, she said, I found one argument that was persuasive, and that is Democrats agree about what's right with the welfare reform bill, and Democrats agree on what's wrong with the welfare reform bill, including presumably President Clinton. So therefore, we should re-elect him because he agrees with the liberals on what's wrong with that bill. So she made a very compelling case, as did Jackson and Cuomo.
Well, you said Cuomo and Jackson. One of the things that Evan Bayh said is that 50 years from now, no one will remember who addressed this convention. Those who were here tonight will remember certainly the speeches of Mario Cuomo and Jesse Jackson, two folks who are here principally because of their liberal credentials and the fact that they are great orators. Convention rhetoric has not been much better than it was tonight, particularly with Jesse Jackson. And of course, no one's going to forget for some time the First Lady's speech, which was also terrific.
One line of Mario Cuomo's that these Democrats want the American people to hear, and that is when Mario Cuomo said, how could anybody say that this party is the party of big spending, big government? Bill Clinton has done the opposite. Yep. And that's an argument they're going to be making over and over and over again between now and November the 5th.
Don't forget, Hillary Rodham Clinton did something very unusual for a First Lady. Not only did she speak, but she laid out a detailed policy agenda. We have never really heard a First Lady do that in this kind of a setting before.
There's more to our coverage tonight from the United Center in Chicago. We'll be right back. This is a state not far from Chicago and Illinois, right across Lake Michigan. East Lansing, Michigan. The president slowly making his way to Chicago. He's in East Lansing tonight. We'll be right back.
CNN's Election 96 convention coverage is brought to you by MasterCard. MasterCard, it's smart money. And by Chrysler. Form follows function.
There is a road that exists, I think, in the mind of every Chrysler engineer. A bending, twisting, wonderful road that serves as a reminder of why we build cars. We've got very sophisticated independent suspensions, multi-valve engines, and cab forward dramatically improved stability. They're just wonderful machines to drive, thanks in part to that road in all of us.
It's mine. It's all mine.
They have now entered Prague.
What? This is impossible.
Entering Yamato.
How can they do this?
Madras.
Stop.
Abu Dhabi.
Stop.
Keflavia. Izmir. Shanghai.
Every day, MasterCard opens over 3,000 new acceptance locations worldwide.
Oh, at least we still have Cochabamba.
No! MasterCard. It's smart money.
I'm here as the chairman of LCI International to ask you to vote, but to vote for LCI International as your long-distance telephone company. This is a year you'll hear all kinds of promises. At LCI, we promise, and we will deliver something that is simple, fair, and inexpensive. You have the freedom to get away from the hidden charges, monthly fees, confusion of AT&T and MCI and Sprint. You have the freedom to choose a very different long-distance phone company.
You finished vacationing here. But one thing's for sure, North Carolina will never leave you.
These Democrats on the floor below are rocking with satisfaction and pleasure. They've heard an earful tonight from some of their party's best lights. Let's take you outside this convention hall. Let's go to Santa Barbara, California. Our man Jim Engel has been covering Bob Dole.
Bernie, Bob Dole's motto for this vacation in Santa Barbara could be tan, rested, and ready. Aides say this working vacation is the last breather he is likely to get between now and November. Of course, there is always time for a campaign event or two and a comment about his opponent and the Democratic convention.
He's going to ride into town on a train. It's called the Status Quo Express. There it goes now.
Then Dole walked outside to address an overflow crowd. Earlier Tuesday, the campaign organized an economic roundtable. On his way in, Dole stopped to chat with unemployed construction workers. The leader of the group wanted inside to ask Dole a question that is on a lot of minds.
How he plans to balance the federal budget at the same time giving a tax break.
She's from the AFL-CIO and confessed to being a Dole opponent, but there was none of that inside. It was an invited audience of supporters, and Dole looked downright Clinton-esque in a roundtable discussion with local residents, even little children sitting at his feet. Dole started by dismissing Democratic criticisms of his economic plan.
When you hear President Clinton saying we can't do it, it's going to blow a hole in his deficit or his budget, I think it's already blown a hole in his lead.
Dole is hitting harder and harder these days on the administration's policies, on education, for instance.
All President Clinton talked about is truancy. He's opposed to it, and so am I. And curfews, which should apply to the White House as well as everybody else. And
on reforms to cut down on lawsuits.
But let me tell you, when the trial lawyers contribute $4 million to President Clinton's campaign, you know they're not going to do anything as far as litigation reform.
And always a comment about how Democrats love big government.
They've got Ted Kennedy, who's got solutions to problems we don't even have yet. So.
But Dole was reminded of the challenge he faces in making his case the economy needs fixing. Figures released Tuesday show consumer confidence at a 6-year high.
You know, they're not going to do anything.
And that is Dole's dilemma, how to convince voters that even though the economy is good right now, it could be better, and that Bob Dole's tax cut plan would make the difference. Jim Angle for CNN with the Dole campaign in Santa Barbara.
Thanks, Jim. I wonder if Dole or his running mate have sneaked a peek at the Democrats here in Chicago.
I don't know. They made a bit of news themselves, a little bit of a shakeup in their campaign. They're bringing in former Nixon and Ford administration official Donald Rumsfeld and former Reagan and Bush administration official Ann McLaughlin. Bruce Morton is our convention watcher. He's down on the floor. Let's go to Bruce.
Well, Judy, I don't mean to start out as a music critic here, but I've been checking on what the various networks have been covering, and I think the most astounding omission of the evening is that CBS didn't carry Aretha Franklin's dynamite rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner. I loved it. I thought it was one of the high points of the night. As far as the speeches go, CNN was the only network that carried Mrs. Gore. Other networks came in the middle or towards the end of her introduction of Hillary Rodham Clinton. All of the networks carried Mrs. Clinton. She is, of course, the high point of the evening, and everybody expected that. Everybody carried Governor Evan Bayh, the keynote speaker, in a sense. He didn't start until after 11 p.m. Eastern Time, and all of the broadcast networks, all three of them, were very careful to go to high shots or wide shots so that any of their affiliates who wanted to cut away and go back, run the regular 11 o'clock news, 10 o'clock news, whatever, could do that. I would personally bet you that most affiliates did, and that Evan Bayh's keynote speech was heard by a lot fewer people than heard Mrs. Clinton. And of course, no viewer of any of the broadcast networks heard anything except a few excerpts of what, just by oratorical standards, were probably the two most fun speeches of the night. Jesse Jackson, of course, and Mario Cuomo, those fiery spokesmen for the liberal wing of the party, which, as Bill Snyder pointed out a bit ago, is not in control of this convention. Judy?
Well, Bruce, let's take that one step further. Did the people who chose to cut away from the keynote speech by Governor Bayh, did they make a mistake? What do you think? You heard what he said.
Well, it's an economic argument. I don't think it was a thrilling keynote speech. I don't think keynote speeches decide very much about election campaigns in general. I can't think of one that did. If you're the station manager and you make a lot of money with the 10 o'clock news or the 11 o'clock news, obviously there are commercial considerations that would make you want to get out.
All right, Bruce Morton, it takes a an old convention watcher and television hand like Bruce Morton to make these sort of observations about this convention. Much more coverage coming up. We'll have Capitol Gang. We'll hear from our own analysts. We'll be right back.
Most family sedans will put a driver to sleep. The Chrysler Concorde was designed to be a wake-up call for an entire industry. It's the original cab-forward design that gives Concorde a distinctive look, sports car-like road manners, and all the room you need. Cab Forward has been so successful, other car companies are starting to copy it. To the rest of the automotive industry, this is your wake-up call.
The new reloadable smart card. The future is happening now down under and on its way here. From MasterCard, it's smart money.
With LCI Extend Your Reach, you'll get an international service that's simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
semplice, onesti e non tanto cari.
간편하고 공정하고 싸요.
You can call virtually any country from your home for the same flat rate, 24 hours a day, and we do not round up to the nearest minute. LCI International translates in any language.
簡單又公平，唔貴。
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Farm life is the only life Valerie Shaw could ever imagine. But the animals in hay aggravated her asthma, causing dangerous lung infections that almost forced her off the family farm. With proper care and medicine we developed at Pfizer, Valerie won't have to leave. The animals, the land, or her heritage. Pfizer, we're part of the cure.
Tired of the way water sealers let your wood turn gray? We have news for you. Introducing Olympic Natural Look Protector Plus. It waterproofs, plus it's guaranteed to prevent graying for a minimum of 2 years. If your wood's already gray, cleaning first with Olympic Deck Cleaner is fast and easy. Then let Natural Look Protector Plus keep it looking natural, like no water sealer can. Guaranteed. Natural Look Protector Plus from Olympic.
When you think of the letters MTV, you think of young people. Let's go outside the hall. Jonathan Carl.
Hey, Bernie, we're here at the Hard Rock Cafe right here in the center of Chicago, the site of what will probably be the most widely attended party of the convention parties going on. It's sponsored by Rock the Vote. As you know, Rock the Vote's become a major political force. It was a force in the 1992 election, poised to be more of a force this year because of an effort they say they hope will help register 1 million new young voters. Also here at this event, starting at about midnight, will be Jewel, the Alaskan singing phenomenon. She's only 19 years old. She already has a platinum record. She'll be performing here and sure to draw a crowd. We also hear Sheryl Crow, another platinum recording artist, may actually be coming here as well. Sheryl Crow, we hear, working on a new PSA for Rock the Vote to advertise their 1-800-REGISTER effort, where you can now register over the phone. So things are certainly heating up here, and the party, once the younger delegates and some of the other people at the convention work their way here, this will be one packed and very loud place to be.
Okay, Jonathan, take good care of your ears. Rock the Vote, as he said, is sponsoring this tonight, but I have a story I perhaps shouldn't tell when I think of Rock the Vote.
Go ahead.
Okay. The New Hampshire primary, very cold up there earlier this year. And Rock the Vote sent these huge, freshly baked apple pies in boxes, tightly wrapped with cellophane. I got mine in my room, and I put it there, and all of us were working so hard at CNN that it stayed there day after day after day. And the evening I really wanted to break into it and eat it, the brown crust had turned a green mold.
Uh-oh. Well, if the Rock the Vote people are listening, if you're going to be handing out pies in the future to Bernard Shaw, make sure that they don't mold. Bernie, that's much more. I was going to talk about where the young vote is going this year. I'd much rather hear your stories.
Okay, we'll be right back. A lot more.
Tonight from Chicago, I'll have the last word with the Reverend Jesse Jackson at the Democratic National Convention, midnight tonight.
This is the place to turn for complete coverage of live breaking news wherever it occurs.
This is the place for lively debate.
From the right and the left. This is the place where you can speak out and your voice will be heard.
This is the place to turn for television's most reliable coverage of business and financial news.
This is the place for lively conversation with top newsmakers and celebrities and your phone calls.
This is the place to turn for the most complete view of the events shaping your world today.
This is the place to turn for interviews,
Conversation,
both sides of the issues,
fashion and design, entertainment news,
the world of sports, business and financial news. This is CNN.
This is CNN. This is CNN.
This is CNN.
This is CNN.
This is CNN.
This is CNN.
Weeknights, Geraldine and John shake things up in Washington. Crossfire on CNN.
One of the treats following a session at a convention, you saw them out in San Diego when the Republicans met, and here in Chicago for the second night in a row, is going to the floor after the convention gavel has fallen and listening and watching the Capitol Gang. They're down there.
Welcome to another special edition of the Capitol Gang from the floor of the United Center in Chicago. We just finished the second night of the Democratic Convention. I'm Al Hunt, and with me tonight are Robert Novak, Cato Byrne, and our special guest, Governor Zell Miller of Georgia. Zell, it's great to have you here.
It's good to be with this group.
Well, this was an interesting contrast. Last night, the politicians were nowhere to be seen. Tonight, the political heavy hitters were there. Jesse Jackson, Mario Cuomo, Governor Evan Bayh. But I think it's safe to say that the highlight of the evening for most of these people at this hall was the speech of the First Lady. Cato Byrne, how'd she do?
Well, the crowd clearly loved it. She symbolizes so much to this crowd. She's embattled. She's a reliable liberal voice in the administration. They were clearly cheering for her. But as far as her speech went, she was clearly back in her traditional mode. We heard from Hillary as mother, Chelsea's tonsils, Hillary as wife, Hillary as laundress, with the understanding the pressures on American families. She made a point of saying, my husband has always believed in the need for affordable health care. So she was firmly back where I think the majority of the public's more comfortable having her, which is as a traditional First Lady.
Bob, you always have had a soft spot for some of that mushy family stuff, haven't you, really?
You know it, Al. No, I would say, I have to disagree a little bit with Kate. She might have been posing as just a traditional First Lady, but she was giving a policy agenda. She was saying that she was going to go with another big socialized medicine program next year if he gets reelected. She talked about a big policy issue that we have to make sure that women aren't turned out of hospitals after 24 hours after having a baby. And I think it was very interesting that this was a thinly disguised call for big government, but the call for big government at this Democratic convention is always disguised. It isn't laid out there straight because the American people don't like big government.
Gosh, Zell, I missed that call for socialized medicine today, and I'm sorry Bob's upset about women, advocates women being thrown out of hospitals.
I know it. That rabid liberal state of Georgia has already got such a law, and I'm all for it. I thought she hit a home run. I thought she hit it way back in the upper deck in center field. I thought it was vintage Hillary, and I thought the people in this convention hall loved it, and I think the people out in the audience watching it loved it too.
Well, Zell, I'm going to give you another bit of good news. We have been joined by Mr. Mark Shields. Mark, we're talking about the First Lady's speech tonight. A little bit of disagreement, believe it or not, on this panel between how well she did. I'll tell you later where Bob came down, but what was your view?
I find it hard to believe. I thought she did well. I thought she did well in several different respects. First of all, she made the issue about the future. She talked about things that Bob Dole and, quite frankly, even Jack Kemp, other than the grandparent, can't talk about. I mean, things like tuition and mortgages and things that people are dealing with every day, young families. I thought talking to soccer moms, those group of besieged women who are dealing with aging parents and with young children, I thought it struck a chord. I thought
soccer moms?
Soccer moms are the new constituency, Bob, you should be aware of. These are mothers who have...
I'm a soccer mom, Bob. You know soccer moms.
Hey, Bob, it's a different world. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, you're right.
And I thought in that sense it worked. I thought the humor at the beginning worked. I wish there'd been more of it. I wish there'd been a lighter touch.
Didn't you think, though, Mark, she made a striking point of saying, my husband's achieved this, my husband cares about that, my husband wants to so-and-so? She was clearly firmly back in as First Lady.
Oh, I mean, no question. I mean, it was an activist agenda. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, she's talking about, she's not talking about something that's going to be quiet and easy going.
Let me just weigh in because, Zell Miller, I happen to agree with most of the agenda she laid out tonight. I think it would help children, but I must say, I don't think it would help children nearly as much as that welfare bill that he signed last week is going to hurt the children she was talking about tonight.
Oh, I think the welfare bill that he signed is a bill that we can live with in Georgia. It's something that we have already taken steps on doing. We're going to be able to put more people to work in Georgia because we're going to be able to provide more child care than we've ever been able to provide before.
How about jobs for those people thrown off the welfare rolls?
We're going to find jobs for them.
I hope you're right.
Can I say something about the other speakers?
You sure may. Yeah, absolutely, Bob. I thought you'd want to get off.
This is a very peculiar convention. I was peculiar last night where you had non-politicians in. Tonight you had two has-beens, essentially, Jesse Jackson and Mario Cuomo. And Jesse is still a pretty good orator, but he wasn't the Jesse of '88 when he was a really powerful figure in this party. And Mario, who was sensational in '84, I thought he was off his game. I thought it was old stuff. And I would say that we knocked the Republican, we all did. We knocked the Republican keynoter. I thought this was a C- D+ keynote by Evan Bayh. I thought it was mediocre in the
First
extreme.
of all, 2 weeks ago in San Diego, I never heard Bob use the word has-been when Jerry Ford, who came in off the links to get up to speak, or George Bush spoke. I mean, I think that Jesse Jackson is unmatched as an auditorium speaker. Everybody who's in politics sits there in envy of his abilities. Mario Cuomo absolutely astounded me by chanting 4 more years, which was, if you recall, Richard Nixon's battle cry in 1972. No, I did not think it was a good speech.
Cuomo was not a good speech.
No, it was not. It was not a good
Jackson speech was a pretty good
But,
speech.
but the organizers were careful that they not appear in prime time. These are the not ready for prime time liberals who come out to cheer up the floor here in Chicago, but they're just as happy to keep them under wraps when there's a broader TV audience watching.
They didn't talk about beach volleyball anyway.
All time is prime time for CNN, Kate, but Zell, go ahead, weigh in.
Sometime I get the idea that Bob would much prefer it if we had a whiff of tear gas in the air and some long-haired Democrat was trying to climb up a statue. I thought tonight was great. I think we looked at our past. We revere the past. We looked at these great leaders that we've had in the past. But it was also about families. That's what the First Lady's address was about, and she did it very well. And I thought Evan Bayh was good. I don't give him a C- at all. I thought he laid out very well the accomplishments of the Clinton administration. I love the way that he positioned himself between his children and his father.
Well, you know, I've heard very few keynote. I think the idea of this whole convention is bleeding heart and lots of tears. And I've heard a lot of, this is my 20th keynote speech I've heard, 2 parties. First one I heard telling about the death of his mother. We all have had scenes like that in our families. But why? What is all this bathos that the Democratic Party decides it has to swim in?
You prefer pathos to bathos, I see. Anyway. Kate, I thought Evan Bayh was better than Bob did tonight. It wasn't a great keynote speech, but there's sort of like a new criterion for keynote speeches. You got to have kids. You got to have props.
Trump Susan Molinari. She has one. I'll see you one, and I'll raise you one.
Exactly.
You already look at these children and think, boy, do they have a lot of years of exploitation ahead of them. These poor little things. It was really not much of a speech. But the problem with, and he's a pretty conservative governor. He governs like a Republican out in Indiana. The problem with a lot of these new Democrats, which I think Evan Bayh would so categorize himself, it's a passionless sort of thing. Bill Clinton's one of the few who was able in '92 to bring a little sense of passion to this new message.
I want to come back to Jesse for a moment because I thought he did something terribly important. Jesse, as much as anyone in America, really is the representative of the have-nots, the left-wing Democrats, if you will. And I think he really gave Bill Clinton a bye of sorts tonight, which is very important politically.
Al, just 2 weeks ago, Reverend Jackson had said that the federal government had abandoned the poor people of the country, and that the federal government, the direction of the federal government had to be changed. He took a lot off his fastball tonight. This is a man who's a father now. He is a father, and his interest politically lies in Jesse Jackson Jr. He wants the Democrats to be back in control of the majority.
Congressman from Chicago.
And I think that's what he submerged his own ambitions to tonight. And I think he did take something off the fastball.
But Bob, don't you? I think we all can agree with that. But I think that clearly was a huge plus for Bill Clinton tonight. I mean, it means he doesn't have to worry about that base.
Did it surprise you? That didn't surprise me at all. I knew he wasn't going to come in here and make a mess. I think particularly with his son. But I thought that one of the most interesting things tonight, Zell Miller was partially responsible for, was this great platform fight. You know, we've had great platform fights. This one was the only one where there not only was no debate, there was no description of what was in the platform. These people who voted for it, they had no idea what it was. But in fact, isn't it true, Zell, that it was changed at the last minute? So instead of being against the welfare bill, you could be for it.
It was a platform that the Democrats agreed upon. It was not a platform that we ran away from like the Republicans. I can't find anybody that will admit that they've even read the Republican platform. Well, you're about the only one. It seems like if you want to hide something from Bob Dole, you put it in the platform.
Zell, the sad thing is Bob not only read it, he believes it.
Now, one thing, Lowell Weicker in 1988 said of the platforms of the two parties couldn't support the Democrats because their platform said too little, couldn't support the Republicans because they said too much. And I think that's probably true here. I mean, the Democratic platform is a pretty watered down, neutered, gelding-like document.
And it has a sister, I wouldn't say a brother, but a sister in putting families first. That's a lot of water too, isn't it?
Putting families first?
I mean, the document, not the
Bob,
slogan.
you're opposed to putting families
first.
first.
Bob, you always.
I want to get Bob.
You want to put families ninth, Bob?
Look at the point Jesse Jackson made to this audience tonight. He reminded them that FDR, John Kennedy, and Lyndon Johnson did not run on what wound up being their ultimate achievements. He's telling this audience, don't worry what Bill Clinton's saying now. Come January, we'll force him to do to have the kind of legacy we want him to have, which of course is liberal. He's been telling audiences all over town. He's been giving far more forthright speeches criticizing Bill Clinton than he gave tonight in this auditorium.
Jesse has.
Jesse Jackson.
But that's a pipe dream, Kate. That's not going to happen, even if Clinton, and Clinton's going to be reelected, but that's not going to happen in a second Clinton term.
Well, if there were a Democratic Congress, with the leadership in both houses being controlled by the liberals,
pretty small
why wouldn't it look
margin.
like the first 2 years of Bill Clinton's administration?
Because of 1994, that's why.
But am I the only one who got a signal from the First Lady that we're going to go back and fight these health care battles again that almost wrecked the Democratic Party? They delivered a Republican majority. They say, man, if we don't get it right the last time, we'll get it right the next. Isn't that what you were saying?
That criticize the Democrats for not standing for anything. She stands for something tonight. Now we criticize her. Now what's the story, Bob? You can't have it every way.
Yes, I can have it both ways.
But Zell, you thought this was a good night. You were pleased with last night, pleased with tonight. First two nights have been what you hoped for?
Well, you know, I think that exciting conventions like you folks like make for bad politics. I think boring conventions makes for good politics. Look at 1968. That was a very exciting convention for the Democrats.
Novak salad days.
No, and so was the 1992 convention for the Republicans. That was very exciting, but they both made for bad politics. I think this is making for good politics.
Kate, let me get a final word from you. My guess is this isn't going to change a whole lot these last two nights. What do you think?
I can't imagine that it would, frankly. I don't see any particular reason anybody who's undecided would decide to leap into the Democratic column based on anything they've seen here in the past 2 nights, if that's the intent for the audience. What they're doing with speeches by people like Cuomo and Jackson is egging on the base. Stick with us. We're going to repeal the welfare bill next term.
Kate O'Byrne, that's the last word. Zell Miller, I want to thank you for being with us. This is Al Hunt saying goodnight from the United Center. Stick with us. Bernie and Judy will be back with more convention news after this message.
Relax, you are now entering a stress-free zone. A free breakfast will be prepared for you daily. You will rest in a comfortable 2-room suite. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Unwind with evening beverages and enjoy yourself here, because eventually you'll have to go back out there. Embassy Suites, twice the hotel. Call 1-800-EMBASSY.
Every year, the importance of this land increases because every year there are a lot more mouths to feed. Over 95 million more, a figure greater than the population of Mexico. Fortunately, the food ingredients that Archer Daniels Midland makes from America's harvests can help feed people the world over. Food ingredients such as flour, protein, vegetable oils, and corn sweeteners. Making food and feed ingredients to meet our growing nutritional needs. That's why ADM is supermarket to the world.
Nearly 250 years ago, John Wheeler purchased a life insurance policy, starting a tradition of financial planning that's seen the Wheelers through good times and bad. And today, we're helping the newest generation of Wheelers with innovative protection and retirement programs, pensions, 401ks, annuities, life insurance, long-term care, and disability insurance. Nearly 250 years of planning, protection, and security from America's life insurers.
When one chemical company starts cleaning up its act, that's good. When 2 chemical companies do it, that's better. And when 200 companies get together, they can make a real difference. The members and partners of the Chemical Manufacturers Association make 90% of America's chemicals. And they're making some changes to make a difference for all of us.
The second night of the Democratic Convention here in Chicago, some big speeches, Mario Cuomo, Jesse Jackson, Hillary Clinton. What did you think, Kellyanne?
I thought she did a fine job. Actually, Hillary Clinton is the only liberal allowed to speak in prime time yet. But where else could you put the First Lady? She needed to be there. This, as we predicted earlier tonight, was Hillary, the mother, Hillary, the wife. This is a side of Hillary Clinton that we had not been treated to as a country for the last 4 years. We have never really, as a nation, been exposed to a Hillary Clinton who looks over Chelsea's shoulder while she's doing her homework, who supports her husband but doesn't read the policy papers, just hopes that what's in there is the best thing for him. I think that this was important for her because she is someone whose own base has sometimes abandoned her in the last several years. So it was very important to come into a packed audience. But she's on friendly turf here. She was someone who was booed in her own hometown not long ago. She's got a rough road ahead of her, and I think what to do with Hillary Clinton remains a $64,000 question for this campaign, who wanted the spotlight her 4 years ago.
Farai, the criticism was, and we heard it from Capitol Gang just a minute ago, that it was a policy speech, that this was not what the First Lady should have done. Was it a policy speech?
It was not a policy speech in any way, shape, or form. She cannot be idealist. It's absolutely ludicrous to think that a woman of her stature should simply stand there and blather. What she did was really skillfully balance the ideas of being a mother, being someone who cares deeply about America's children, the one in her own house, the White House, and the ones out in some of the less friendly parts of America. It was not a policy speech, but it was a substantive speech, and I think that that's a very important distinction.
If your theme is going to be future and families first, Bill and Hillary Clinton have an advantage that Bob and Elizabeth Dole don't. They have a teenager. And there are many people, many millions of women, particularly across this country, who can respond to that and feel like they're, by definition, empathetic to their everyday concerns. Many people in both parties this year think that the major fight exists among the suburban women's vote. And if you notice, Bill Clinton was only able to cobble together less than 47% of the women's vote last time around. The women who voted for Ross Perot did not vote for him according to issues like abortion or affirmative action, the so-called women's issues some people try to sell as such. They voted for him based on economics. So if you're going to peel off some of those women and get Bill Clinton into a healthy majority of the women's vote, you have to talk families, you have to talk children.
Let's talk about one of the really explosive, emotional points in the First Lady's address tonight, when she said, referring to mothers who've just given birth, there are too many new mothers who are asked to get up and to get out. It brought the house down.
Absolutely. Well, what we are seeing here is a commitment in this room, in the ranks of the devoted Democrats, to a government which knows its place but exists, a government which is lean but not too lean. And that is going to be part of the whole fundamental debate in this country. What we saw when the budget shutdown this winter was a real rejection of a government that was too lean, a government that was miserly, a government which did not care for its people. The message that the Democrats are going to continue to put out strongly is that we want a government that won't toss women out of hospital beds when they're still finishing up from labor. We want a government who will take care of its own but can remain fiscally responsible.
And in fact, it's picking up on the theme that we heard at the end of Christopher Reeve's speech last night about when there are those of us who are sick, we all need to pitch in to help. So Kellyanne, it seems to me that's a theme they want to keep at every night of this convention.
It's a sink or swim theme, and Mario Cuomo picked up on it as well. He was talking in reference not to specifically health concerns, but really more broadly, it doesn't matter what your accent is, your skin color, your gender. If this nation does not care for all of its people together. Of course, it's a resonant theme. It lends to a very important soundbite. It's going to be up to Bill Clinton to tie it all together in terms of a vision for the future. The fact is there are many governors in this country who believe that they should share that burden of making sure that women do not leave the hospital soon. But there are Democrats in Hillary and Bill Clinton's own party who believe that not just pregnant women, but 1 million women and children are going to be thrown into poverty because of his welfare legislation. It's got nothing to do with them being pregnant.
Well, as the clock methodically chases us into the wings, what does your reporter's notebook say about this night, Judy?
Well, a couple of things. I mean, I'm looking back at what Mario Cuomo had to say about who will say today the Democrats are in love with big government and big spending after Bill Clinton has cut the federal government dramatically and brought the deficit down by 60%. I think that is a theme that Bill Clinton has to drive home and persuade the voters of, that that's the truth if he's going to continue to hold his lead in the polls. We heard it from Mario Cuomo. We're going to hear it presumably from President Clinton.
Well, I was struck by the fact that this was a night in which welfare supporters said Bill Clinton is needed to correct matters. 4 more years, as Jesse Jackson said, a night in which the First Lady stood up to Bob Dole and stood down her other critics, and a night in which the keynote speaker, Indiana Governor Evan Bayh, was bumped out of prime time for tonight's headliner, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Coming up, Larry King live with the final word, but first we leave you with some sights and sounds of night number 2 of the Democratic Convention in Chicago after this message.
CNN's Election 96 convention coverage is brought to you by Pfizer. We're part of the cure.
In his college days, cardiologist George Lustig loved to compete. But for many years, high blood pressure held him back. Now, thanks to healthy living and medicine developed by Pfizer Research, he's back in the race. And the 2 gold medals he won in the U.S. Masters Nationals prove hypertension isn't all he's beating. Pfizer, we're part of the cure.
Think an all-purpose water sealer is all wood needs? Look beyond the beads. Sun damage, mildew, splitting and warping destroy the beauty of wood, even pressure-treated wood. That's why Olympic Deck Care products not only waterproof, but are specially formulated to deliver the advanced protection wood really needs and the look you really want. Get protection that goes beyond the beads. Get total deck care from Olympic. Olympic protects wood beautifully.
This plant is a rich source of natural vitamin E.
This plant uses that source to make enough vitamin E to supply 170 million people with their daily requirement.
This is a soybean plant.
And this is an Archer Daniels Midland vitamin E plant, where soybeans are used to produce natural vitamin E, officially recognized to have 36% greater potency than synthetic vitamin E. 2 very different plants, 1 very essential vitamin. Another reason why ADM is supermarket to the world.
This is not my hobby.
This is not my little thing.
It might have been the glass ceiling.
This is not what I do till the kids get home.
This is not moonlighting.
This is not what I do to make ends meet.
Might have been the Old Boy Network.
This is not my husband's
This is
idea.
not my father's
But the
money.
real reason why 7.9 million women in this country have opened their own businesses
This
is
is my business.
because they can.
This is my business.
Office Depot. We've got all you need, all at the best prices. Guaranteed. Office Depot.
This is where I take care of business.
Relax. You are now entering a stress-free zone. A free breakfast will be prepared for you daily. You will rest in a comfortable 2-room suite. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Unwind with evening beverages and enjoy yourself here, because eventually you'll have to go back out there. Embassy Suites, twice the hotel. Call 1-800-EMBASSY.
When the president stands for the end of assault weapons, raises minimum wage, earned income taxes, stand the morning congregations of burned churches, stands for affirmative action and voting rights and social justice and gender equality, he deserves 4 more years. Stand tall, never surrender your hopes and your joys. Keep that faith. We will win and deserve to win. Stand tall, Mr. Clinton. We will win and deserve to win. Keep hope alive. I love you.
There are times when the President and I have not agreed. There will be times again. But President Bill Clinton, Hillary, Al Gore, Tipper, all of them understand, as we must, that basic, unchangeable truth. Bill Clinton spells hope, and Republicans spell disaster.
And now it is my honor and privilege to introduce a woman who has devoted her life to building a more civil society for all of America's families. A woman who is a strong and unwavering voice for those who haven't yet found their voices, our children. And a woman who always maintains her grace, dignity, and humor, even while being subjected to the most unimaginable incivility. And a woman America is proud to call our First Lady, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Who have been important to me all my life. And it seems like every single one of them has given me advice on this speech. One friend suggested that I appear here tonight with Binti, the child-saving gorilla from the Brookfield Zoo. For Bill and me, there has been no experience more challenging, more rewarding, and more humbling than raising our daughter. And we have learned that to raise a happy, healthy, and hopeful child, it takes a family. It takes a village. It takes Bill Clinton.
Stay tuned, Larry King Live. The late edition is coming. It's The Last Word with the Jackson family, Reverend Jesse and all the brood, and then Governor of Indiana, Evan Bayh, tonight's keynote speaker, and then the Rodham brothers, the brothers of Hillary Rodham Clinton. They're all next on Larry King Live, The Last Word. Stay right here.